Good morning, everyone present, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Infrastructure, where we'll be discussing the annual report. So from my side, very welcome, and I hope that we'll have a fruitful discussion and interrogation into the workings of the department. Welcome to the Minister, the HOD, and all the administration. And I would like just to take this opportunity to give the members present the opportunity to quickly introduce themselves to the House. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson. Firstly, I think I'm going to move a little bit closer. It seems like everyone's giving you quite a wide berth there, so I'll move a bit closer. But it's Dave Bryant, and I'm a member of the committee. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, HOD officials. Peter Johnson, member of the Infrastructure Committee.
Morning, Norma French Mbombo. Thank you.
Morning, Brett Heron, member of the committee.
Thank you very much, members. I just would like to make note. Member Petrus gave me a call earlier to say that he has been booked off sick as well. So I assume he'll be sending that documentation through. I would then, Minister, give you the opportunity to introduce you and the head of the department. And I'm unsure if you would like the administration to introduce themselves, or how you would like to handle that.
No, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all the members of the Standing Committee. Obviously, my name is Tertius Simmers. I'm the Provincial Minister of Infrastructure. But I will ask that each one do introduce themselves, because it's very seldom that the Standing Committee sees the full complement of my actually entire department in its entirety, including our entity, which is the Rental Housing Tribunal. Thank you.
Good morning, Advocate Chantal Smith. I am the head of department for the Department of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Labika Skierman, DDG for Human Settlements.
Morning, everyone. Pauline van der Merwe, Acting CFO.
Good morning, Dr. Gavin Code, DDG Public Works, presently acting as Head of Strategy, Planning and Coordination Branch.
Good morning, Renee Cook, Acting DDG Public Works.
Good morning, Ramesh Maharaj, Chief Director, Strategic Planning.
Good morning, Brett Blackburn, Chief Director, Movable Asset Management.
Good morning, Lindelo Mabuntani, Director, Special Projects, and currently Acting Chief Director, Economic Development Hub.
Good morning, Neil Joseph, Director, EDH.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Nathan Adrianse, Director responsible for Public Information and Stakeholder Relations.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Anita Arendse, the Rental Housing Tribunal Chairperson.
Morning, everybody. Anastasia Domini, Acting Deputy Director, Rental Housing Tribunal.
Good morning, everyone. Mel Puertas, spokesperson to the Minister.
Good morning. I'm Tim Powell. I'm Chief Director running the energy projects for the Department of Infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. Ndobeko Mbingeleli, Secretariat Leader of Government Business.
Morning, everyone. I'm Rob Smith, Director Grant Management, Human Settlements.
Morning, everyone. Brian Denton, Director Project Contract and Subsidy Administration.
Good morning, everyone. David Ali, Acting Director, Human Settlement Planning.
Good morning. I'm Camilla August, the Chief Director responsible for Human Settlement Planning.
Good morning. Carl October, Acting DDG Transport Infrastructure.
Good morning, Dion Killian, Operational Support.
Good morning. I'm Pat Jenica, Director CIIE. Thank you.
Good morning, Fezeka Khai, Director for Professional Development.
Good morning, Bashir Rahim, Director Financial Governance.
Good morning, everybody. Khadija Hartley, Deputy Director, Financial Governance.
Good morning, all. As in November, Acting Chief Director, Road Program Management.
Morning, everyone. Louise Pace, Acting Chief Director for Road Contracts.
Morning, everyone. Shafida Andrews, Chief Director, Financial Management.
Good morning, everyone. Carmen Hartnick, Head of Ministry.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mujahid Solomons. I'm Deputy Director, Management Accounting.
Good morning, everybody. Rivka van der Voort, Director, Management Accounting.
Good morning, everyone. Taryn Cook, Deputy Director, Monitoring and Reporting.
Good morning, Khadija Rinquist, Director, Financial Accounting.
Good morning, Sonia Faru, Deputy Director, Reporting.
Thank you very much, and thank you for availing yourself for this meeting. It's always nice to meet the administration and to meet the people that's rolling out the projects. It's a department that we're extremely proud of. So maybe before we start, I would like to thank each and everyone for their specific role that they are playing in ensuring that we deliver the services to the people of the Western Cape. So thank you very much for that. Then also, before we start, I would like to, you'll see on the screens there, we've got a interpreter. So I would like to thank her for her services as well, ensuring that all residents of the Western Cape knows what we're doing. And so, yeah, from my side, thank you. Thank you very much for you as well. I would like to start off with the introductory remarks by the Minister. So I'm going to give the Minister the opportunity for introductory remarks, followed by the Head of the Department, and then the Chairperson of the Housing Tribunal. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
No, thank you very much. And I'll focus this component of my introductory remarks more on the Rental Housing Tribunal, because you will note from the annual report that our objective of actually entrenching and expanding their reach, all but on virtual terms at the moment, to beyond the non-metro areas, which because they were not fairly well known beyond the City of Cape Town's jurisdiction. Because they are a free service for tenants and landlords. I know it's quite constructive and positive to see an increase in the number of inquiries that gets logged through either our call center or the number of inquiries received for the year under review. You would note that the cases captured has increased for the year, which we are here to discuss. But you will also see in terms of case management, you know, during each financial year, we have improved our case management capabilities, also trying to and introducing creative mechanisms to actually mitigate unnecessary caseloads on our tribunal members. And I do believe that is reaping the harvest of that approach. Chair, obviously, what is of concern, and you will note on page 9 of the annual report, the most commonly lodged cases, I would actually draw your attention to that, but I believe the chairperson will touch a bit more on that. But ultimately, Chair, this does speak to our commitment to ensuring that we empower landlords and tenants with their rights as part of our broader objective of strengthening our partnership as a department with various stakeholders across our province. And the Rental Housing Tribunal is one extension of that approach in the province. Thank you.
HOD, over to the tribunal, Head of Tribunal. Yeah, if I can do the Chairperson of the Tribunal, introductory remarks before we, and then, yeah, you're welcome to go into the formal presentation should you like.
Thank you so much. We're dealing for the first time as a tribunal, a new tribunal with an entire year that have gone past in rental housing. It has been a steep learning curve for the new tribunal to get a fade with the workings of the department. But here and there we have a shortness of admin staff. We've just had a new tribunal member appointed, which now gives us a full complement of what's required in terms of the Act. And that being said, our report speaks to that which we would like, if there are any questions, to then pose it to us. But under difficult circumstances, we believe that the tribunal has settled in to their role, and we look forward to the next 2 years still in this role. Thank you very much. It's an opportunity for us to be we're grateful for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any comments or questions with regards to the introductory remarks by the Minister and the Chairperson? Member Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's more a comment than a question. And I just think if we look at the current context when it comes to property ownership and the cost of living, how expensive it is for many South Africans to own their own properties these days, and how many more people are involved in rental programs and rental accommodation, what an important role the Rental Housing Tribunal will be playing going forward. And I think it's really good to see that there is now a full complement in terms of the staffing that's required. And hopefully we'll see it growing from strength to strength going forward. Thanks. I'll ask some more questions later.
Thank you very much, Member Bryant. I would also like to welcome Member Lacker. I note that you are also now present. I was informed that you are running a little bit late, so welcome to the meeting. If we can then proceed to the presentation pertaining to the Housing Tribunal. I'm unsure who is going to be handling that, and if the presentation can maybe be flighted. Yep. Over to you, Chairperson, or who's handling the presentation.
Chair Secretariat for the committee has the document. So she's just going to flight it, and then we'll take your lead in terms of page by page. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, if that can then be flighted. So members would have received there was a soft copy that was emailed to the members, and then there's also a hard copy pertaining to the actual document, and yeah, it really speaks to the period of the Western Cape Renting Tribunal for the period of the 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March. And that is obviously then submitted to the Western Cape Minister of Infrastructure. I do not know, members, would you want to handle it page by page and then deliberate from there, or would you like to handle it just as the whole document? Member Bryant?
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to speak on behalf of any of the other members, but I know in some of the other previous meeting, we have taken it sort of section by section. So page number X to page number Y, and then sort of work through that in terms of any questions pertaining to those sections. So I'm happy to work that way, but it's obviously up to you as Chairperson.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, so if we look at page 5 and 6, we can, and that is also what the Chairperson alluded to, is that we have now a full staff complement. That is very refreshing to hear. In my brief time in the legislature, that seems through all the department that is a huge challenge. The staff component in delivering the services. Chairperson, through you to whoever of the tribunal will be handling it, if we can maybe specifically look at number section 3, the performance of the tribunal, and if someone is just able to give a brief overview and rundown from that, the expenditure, the complaints that we receive, the help desk, etc.
Chair, thank you very much. I think in terms of the expenditure, what you'll see is a slight reduction in terms of our expenditure in terms of computer services. You'll note that what we did was we installed a system which we launched in 2020 and fully operationalized in 2022. And so there's a massive reduction that we've had there. Having said that, I think that what members need to be aware of is that this particular system is intended to assist both parties, landlord and tenant, in the lodging of complaints electronically. However, what we've seen is that many of the parties, whilst we are seeing a good number of complaints being lodged on the system, we still find that many citizens prefer to engage with an actual individual. So you'll see some of that coming through as we go through the annual report. I think what you also see in terms of travel and subsistence, an increase there in that particular number. That's due to the fact that we have ad hoc hearings which take place outside of our main center here in Cape Town. And then, of course, there's a large effort which we've also placed in terms of the administrative staff, also going out into the field to also work outside of the metro to engage with different stakeholders, to broaden the reach of the rental housing tribunal. When you look at the call center on page 7, you'll see again the numbers have increased. And we would like to believe that the marketing effort which we have undertaken during the last financial year is a result of and why we see this particular increase. What you're also finding is that because we're talking to a wide variety of stakeholders, individuals and groups across the province, you're receiving a lot more interaction through the call center. What we are also very pleased about is that where we receive a particular complaint or inquiry, these are normally dealt with within 72 hours. And our first line resolution through the call center is probably one of the best across the 13 departments within the Western Cape government. If you're on page 8, you look at the number of, on table 3, the number of inquiries received per month. And again, we give you a 3-year snapshot, an increase of just short of 800 new inquiries received through our help desk. Now, again, you need to understand our help desk is based at 27 Wells Street. They operate from Monday through to Friday, 7:30 to 3:30. The number of complaints is, again, an indication of the service which we offer being free, and many of the citizens then coming to make inquiries about how to lodge a complaint, how to obtain additional information. And then, of course, there are people that come to drop their complaints with us. And what we also do with those citizens who require assistance, we will actually spend time lodging the complaint on our CRM solution, because what we have at our help desk is we have 2 additional workstations where citizens can actually upload their documents. So the help desk staff are on hand to assist with that. Also on page 8, under captured cases, in that table 4, number of captured cases. Again, here we give you a 5-year history, so that you can see, members, where we've come from. In 2019, we had 3,180 cases. That was pre-COVID levels. And in the last financial year, 2023-2024, we had 2,910 cases. just short of a 4% increase in cases which are lodged with the tribunal. On page 9, Minister has already alluded to it, the most commonly lodged complaints. And again, the chair and the acting manager can go into more detail around this particular infographic or graph here. But what we see is the main ones being failure to refund deposit, unlawful notice to vacate, failure to do maintenance, failure to pay rental services, and then the other. If you look at other, we define other as exorbitant increases in rental, failure to accept a notice to vacate, unilateral changes to lease agreements, unlawful entry, unlawful seizures of possessions, failures to furnish receipts for payments, failures to provide a copy of a lease, failure to reduce a lease to writing, and claims for remission of rental. I think what you see, and again, we probably don't provide a detailed narrative, but failure to refund deposit is by far the most commonly lodged complaint. For whatever reason, and again, the chair can provide some of the cases which they've gone through as members, and what lies behind that in terms of failure to refund deposit. If you look at the table 5, the case management stats for the last financial year, 2,910 cases, number of open cases, 875. So you see an increase there of 200 open cases. And in the backlog also, we shifted out from 209 to 357. So again, members must be aware that, and you'll see it in the next table coming up, that the open cases are a direct result of us having less staff members, where we could not get through the workload. And in backlog cases, whilst you see the number increasing to 357, important to note to the members that that does not mean that we have 357 cases which have not been attended to. What it says is that we have cases that are in various phases of the process of the tribunal. They could still be awaiting a hearing date. They could be waiting for an outstanding ruling, or they could quite simply be waiting to be signed off by the members of the tribunal. On page 10, in terms of general hearings, again, when you look at this slide, it's important for context that we have 2,910 cases which were lodged with the tribunal. Out of the 2,910 cases, 632 resulted in hearings, which means the balance were attended to by the administrative component. And one of the things we pride ourselves on, again, as part of the first line resolution, is to ensure that at every opportunity, from a process point of view, we try to mediate disputes between the parties. So a lot of what you see here is down to the staff, the administrative staff, going through the cases and making sure that we deal with it in such a manner that at mediation, we are successful. So you would have seen 632 cases, number of cases postponed, again, an increase from 151 to 194. And again, what we say about postponed cases is postponed cases are due to medical reasons and the unavailability of legal representation. But again, if I take members into how we deal with matters, many of the cases that we deal with are where parties are not residing in Cape Town. And therefore, it also results in delays of hearing matters, and therefore matters are postponed. Again, the chair can add more in terms of the reasons for postponed cases. I think the other issues on that particular table are all covered. Spoliations, we see and we've seen over the last financial year a doubling up of spoliations in terms of hearings. Now, again, what's important for members to be aware of is that we currently sit with a situation where we are dealing with cases from Monday through to Thursday, and the members have dedicated a day to deal with spoliation matters to assure and to assist citizens who require the services of the tribunal. So that's an additional effort which has been put in on the part of the members. Table 8, warrants of execution. We've seen a reduction in terms of the value of warrants and also the actual number of warrants which were issued during the last financial year. On page 11, Chair and members, is the review applications, the number of review applications that we currently have. And then just to add that at this point in time, where citizens are aggrieved in terms of the rulings which have been issued by the members, this is the only mechanism that they have in terms of reviewing applications. So until the Amendment Act is promulgated and the regulations are in place, this is the only recourse that citizens have. Chairperson, I think I've covered the annual report, but any questions, we are here to assist the committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Members, do we have any questions or comments? Member Bryant?
Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks for those explanations. Just want to go back to this point around most commonly lodged complaints. And I found it quite interesting that the highest complaint is the non-refund of deposit. I myself have been involved in a dispute quite a number of years ago, which I actually filtered through the Rental Housing Tribunal at the time. Unfortunately, I had a errant landlord who then ran away overseas. So the case was never heard. But this really seems to be an issue that is abused in many cases by property owners who have tenants, because it's an incredibly difficult thing for your average tenant to go through this long bureaucratic process of getting their deposits back, firstly, but also many aren't aware of the systems and processes that are supposed to take place in terms of joint inspections, for instance, at the beginning of the process, and then your joint inspection at the end, etc. So I think my question is twofold. The first is what is the tribunal doing, or is the department perhaps doing, to provide more information and resources to new tenants in terms of things like joint inspections, as an example. And secondly, in terms of, basic sort of procedures, is it commonplace and is it in all instances legal for these owners to continue to request or demand these deposits, especially considering how difficult it is in many instances for tenants to get those back at the end? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Member Lackett?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My question is related to page 8, Departmental Help Desk, the last bullet there. People who came to drop off rental housing official complaints. I would like to know probably a detail in terms of the nature of these complaints, and also what is a turnaround time of the department in resolving these complaints. The second one, Chair, is around where just on 3.3.2 under most commonly lodged complaints, where it says the complainant category, which is other, includes complaints, blah, 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 blah. And the explanation of this other was that it is because of the exorbitant increase. Now, in that regard, I want to know, in terms of regulating the industry. Other laws that prevent exorbitant increases in this regard? And if they are, how are these laws enforced in attempting to resolve these issues, and also in respect to unlawful seizures of operation of possession? What is a common cause, and how does one get to understand the systems that are put in place in ensuring that the seizure of possessions of tenants by landlords is also something that gets to be regulated? And if there are instances, how were those instances resolved? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Lacker. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, members, for those questions. Member Bryant, in terms of the failure to refund deposit, what is the tribunal doing? I think that if you looked at the annual report, we make a point in terms of the remarks by the Chair. We work very closely with a number of different stakeholders. So I mean, I think one of the things we do is we work very well with municipalities. And part of what we, as the tribunal, see as our role is as well, is to educate parties. And there's a massive drive in terms of educating different stakeholders, different communities. So we don't have a dedicated communications campaign per se, but we are engaging with stakeholders at the very coalface. As I say, a diverse range of stakeholders. So it's about educating our stakeholders in terms of the service, and then also what the rights and responsibilities are of parties. I think the Chair can deal with something else which you raised there, but if I can deal with Member Lecker, and we'll leave the Chair for last. Member Lecker, in terms of the help desk and the complaints received and the assistance which we provide to citizens, I can assure you that what we have is, from a legislative perspective, we have a 90-day turnaround in terms of dealing with matters. But certainly, as I've said, what we try to do is have this first line resolution. It must be made very clear to members that depending on the complexity of the matter, many matters can be dealt with very speedily. But as you get into it being more difficult and more complex, this is where the members of the tribunal play a very pivotal role in dealing with those particular matters. So from our perspective as the administration, we can certainly provide you as the committee with a breakdown of the cases which were submitted and the type of cases which were submitted to and through the help desk to this committee. Chair, I think I've covered the ones, but I'd leave the Chair to deal with the other question of Member Lecker as well, in terms of legislation and how people then deal with, the relationship they have with the landlord or tenant.
Thank you. With regard to the question of is it legal to be requesting a deposit? I think that was a question Member Bryant asked. I don't want to say the fun fact is that the tribunal only gets to be involved in a matter once there's a dispute. So the parties have already engaged in an agreement, and they've played out the agreement to a certain point where there is just nothing further. The problem that we find with most, and an agreement can be in writing or it can be verbal. So the agreements in writing should be fairly straightforward because you're guided by what your agreement states. But we find that that is even something that the parties get involved to know what their business is about or the relationship is about. So is it legal to request a deposit? I suppose, private citizens are providing vital services such as housing, which is part of what government is supposed to also be providing, but it's a risk on a private citizen to be having an investment that they're not sure whether someone is going to be there today and not tomorrow. It is quite legal to request a deposit. It depends on the parties' agreement that they enter into, because that is just the way of economics. And then there was a question on the unlawful seizure of possessions. There was also a question on exorbitant increases in rental. So when I look at quickly the concept of the unlawful possessions of unlawful seizures of possessions, there is an application which is a speedy application, which is your spoliation application. It's one where you, if you have been in peaceful possession of property, be it movable stuff, etc., and it's being seized by the landlord, and the manner in which it could be seized may be a landlord locking the door with all of your goods in that premises, and that's seen as a seizure because you don't have access to it. And for that purpose, you would be making application to the tribunal for a spoliation order, and those are heard generally within 24 hours and a little longer, depending on the seriousness of what had been spoliated. So it's dealt with speedily. You have your ordinary matters, which is failure to pay rental, and that runs a long investigative process to the conclusion, but the spoliation is one that's dealt with in a very short period of time. With regard to the exorbitant increases in rental, what we find is that because there's such a high demand for rental properties, and landlords, they do have the upper hand because they are the financial, say, giants, and you find that they can pick and choose. It's an unfortunate situation that you find yourself in when you're not in accommodation, or when you can't afford, as a mother of small children, single mother, who now gets told your rental is 3,000 Rand, and in 6 months' time it's told, no, it's going to increase to 5,000. So once we receive the complaint, obviously that will be investigated. It will then have, we look at measures of reasonableness. The likely increase for rental depends also on whether there was agreement at the onset of the agreement, when the agreement started. When it commenced, if there was agreement that it will only increase, say, by 10%, then that's what the landlord is held to. If there is no such agreement, the tribunal obviously look at what's reasonable and make its order accordingly. But the occasion has arisen that landlords were actually not successful in trying to increase it if we are made aware of it and the matter comes across our desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Lacker.
Thank you, Chair. I want to also get an understanding in relation to the recent rise, which would have probably started as early as 2017, in instances where an organization, for instance, like CommuCare, which continues to evict tenants, has the tribunal has authority over that specific body in terms of attending to complaints, the nature of it, because in many instances, the issue of exorbitant increases has been one of the key problems that has been identified in that arrangement between a lessor and the lessee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I note Member Bryant and then Member Heron.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just in terms of 3.3.4, the general hearings, the number of cases struck off the roll seemed to increase 2022-23 and then drop again slightly 2023-24. What are the sort of normal reasons for a case getting struck off the roll? Is it that the case expires? Is there a time limit on how long a case can be on the roll for? Because that's still quite a significant number of cases that haven't been attended to if one adds those three together. So just want to find out what the reasons are for having those cases struck off the roll. Thanks.
Member Heron.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report or presentation. There's I think there may be an omission or in the report around appeals. If I recall correctly, the Rental Tribunal Housing Act provides for appeals, and the MEC deals with the appeals. So I'm just wondering if that is still the case. Maybe I'm outdated, but if it is, it's not in your report. And is the MEC going to report on appeals from the Rental Tribunal and how they've been dealt with? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Member Heron. So as we went through the report, you'll see on the last page, page 11, that is the review application. And as I was reporting, in terms of the Amendment Act, the Amendment Act hasn't come into place yet. So we're waiting for the promulgation, and that is when the appeals will come into play. And part of what we then need to do is establish an appeals body. So at this point in time, Minister Simmons is not quite ready for that. And this is why you have the matters which are taken up on review at the High Court. Then Member Bryant, in terms of cases struck off the roll, you're absolutely correct when you say that the parties have found themselves. What we find is that in most cases, after lengthy deliberations, we try to assist citizens to the best of our ability. So when mediation fails and the matter is now set up for a hearing, it doesn't mean we sit back. Our team are still working with both parties. And at a point in time, they find each other. And therefore, those matters are then dismissed. But there are also other reasons which I'll ask the Chair to deal with. Member Lekker, in terms of communique, we do not have oversight or authority with communique. We as the tribunal can only attend to matters where there is an official complaint which is lodged. I can confirm that in previous reports, we've tabled it here to this committee, where we had close to 775 cases which were lodged with the tribunal. Those matters have all been dealt with the tribunal. So we have acted against communique and we've ruled against communique. So we have dealt with those cases. Just to also inform the members that at this stage, for this financial year, we currently sit with 6 communique cases, which we're also attending to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much for the question also. With regard to, from our understanding, and I just want to add to the communique issue, the understanding is that the basis for the exorbitant increase seemed to be communique's argument that they had failed to increase for a lengthy period of time, and because of, say, agreements having been 5 or 6 years in existence with no increases, they felt that it was necessary to increase at just that exorbitant amount. But as the director said, that was dealt with quite sufficiently by the tribunal. With regard to the a matter being struck off the roll, in addition to what had been said, where people find each other and agreement is reached, etc., it could be for a non-appearance of a complainant. In the absence of a complainant not being present, or both parties not being present, obviously, if the complainer is not there, whom do we listen to? A matter is then struck off the roll. The complainants are informed that they could come back to the tribunal if they wish to, but the door is still open. It doesn't mean that the claim had prescribed. It's just no longer on our work list.
Minister, you can go.
Chair, if I can, and just in terms of communique, because Nathan did allude to that, and at one stage there were 80% of our caseload. Look, communique is an SHI, but over the last 3 years, you know, the social housing sector has come under severe strain financially, so they've actually had to relook at their financial model. Now, Communique is the oldest SHI in the country. They're almost 100 years old, if I'm not mistaken. They will be 100 years old next year. But a lot of the cases that I have seen and observed and followed over the last 5 years, including the year under review, before they started doing increases. Remember, for some other reason, some tenants believe they have a right to ownership. Then they actually refuse to pay Communique. And now the Communique follows due process. And with the change in their financial model, because I did have a meeting with Anthea Houston 2 years ago to understand what they are busy doing, because they are busy restructuring their balance sheets to such an extent that because of their vast portfolio spread across mainly in the city of Cape Town, they are actually semi-privatizing in the bulk of the units and selling off units which they don't deem to be profitable, which means that because for a number of years they did not actually increase, their rental annually, they now need to close the gap. And I have, because, we do get various complaints informally before they even reach the Housing Tribunal. As you're aware, we have first Thursdays every Thursday, and for the last 3 or 4 months, we've consistently had to deal with, ironically, community tenants. But again, the bulk of them ultimately just unilaterally decided not to pay. While on the other side of the equation, community has been able to prove so far that they actually do engage their tenants timeously, alerting them to what's about to happen. But again, I think we need to monitor, and this is now beyond the Rental Housing Tribunal annual report, the change in the social housing sector itself. Given the more funding for the sector gets tighter and tighter, and we have been informed that, SHRA is reducing even their grants to our province and some of our programs and projects, you will be seeing more and more the sector now needing to be innovative in terms of how they balance their balance sheets from a business model point of view, as Communique started doing, like I said, close to more than 2 years ago already.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yep, I think we're going into the last rounds of the tribunal now. Member Lacke, and then Member Bryant, and then Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the interest of ensuring that as a government, people have shelter, I'll make an example. 10 or 11 years back, there were issues with people who were unable to pay their bonds in the case of Khayelitsha as an area. And there were deliberations with the private sector. And those people were moved from those bank-owned houses into some kind of smaller social housing project. Now, I want to ask, and I'm sure this one is particularly based on the minister, with regards to those people evicted by Communique, has there been a thinking around accommodating those people from the government social housing project, particularly them as a block? As I said, that in Khayelitsha, there was that kind of intervention. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Bryant, and then Member Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask, I don't know if the tribunal chairperson or someone else is best placed to answer this question, but have you seen any sort of significant rise in the number of cases of non-payment? One taking into consideration the impact of COVID, cost of living crisis, etc. Because one would assume that, but it's not reflected specifically. I just want to find out if it is something that isn't just anecdotal. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just more technical question on the back to the expenditure on page 7. I'm just trying to understand the rationale between the in terms of members' payments. We do obviously understand the increase in compensation of employees. I just want to find out whether the board of members still comprise of 5 members only. I'm just trying to understand the decrease in expenditure from 2021 to 2023-24, as you normally see increases in compensation of employees or members. Is there any vacancies, or is it just the minister's influence there, or what's the reason behind that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I don't know if you want to deal with the first one, and then we can hand over to Nathan.
No, Chair, no problem. Actually, I do welcome Member Lekker's question because, like I said, for the last 4 First Thursdays, the bulk of the recipients which come to my table are those that are on the brink of being evicted by Communicare, because Communicare has ultimately attained a High Court order, obviously satisfying the High Court that they've exercised their right as the landlord in this regard. I think the biggest concern to all of us in the House should be that the bulk of those people are 60-year-old, 70-year-old. I met one lady that's 80 years old. So it does become concerning, given that some of these people have lived 40 to 50 years in some of those units, which does bother me quite a lot. And I think that the bigger question should be, should there not be looked at the reform of the social housing sector itself from a regulatory perspective? The problem that you have is, remember, because, and I'll use the example of people living for 40 to 50 years in social housing, as it's now called. Previous years, it was not called that before 1994. It was just called government housing. And people were afforded opportunity, and they were made to believe, that they would become owners in the not too far future. Well, 50 years down the line, that future is not materializing for them. And there's 2 conundrums which I'm stuck with. I'll be quite blunt. And I think the relevant local government, in this case, the city of Cape Town, carries the biggest brunt of social housing and the implications of what Communicare are doing, given that Communicare has based the entire almost 100-year model in one specific geographical area of our province. One is that a lot of those elderly people are not on the housing waiting list. They're not even in the city has 2 waiting lists, the normal waiting list, and they have the city of Cape Town's rental waiting list. So that's the 2 scenarios, which is availed to them. The problem I have is, remember, it's the city of Cape Town's rental stock. It's the SHI's own stock. I do not have a say over that because they deal with SHRA directly. In my case, when there's new developments and new projects coming into the pipeline, I support it once I'm satisfied that, the funding model is conducive to ensuring it's sustainable into the future. So at the moment, my conundrum is, what do I do with these elderly people? Because many of them do not want to own. They want to continue renting. I mean, that they're quite upfront about it. I know that they visited the mayor of the city and MMC Popheim, and the city can't even give answers because the bulk of them are not on the waiting list. And I will actually be engaging the national minister about this, because this is not the only province where we are seeing where your SHIs, inherited stock with people in it's been living there for decades at an end. And now, because of the financial and the macroeconomic scenarios playing itself out, the SHIs themselves are restructuring their own balance sheets to ensure they remain viable, and to a fair extent privatizing the bulk of the stock, or like we've seen in Reiterwag and other areas in the city, selling the units. And, an option which I am considering, but again, I need to engage the national minister on this. Look, we have done in the past, in the previous term, what I've done, and I'll use the example of farm workers, again, who work 30, 40, 50 years on our farms, and they were not aware they must apply to be on a housing waiting list. As we know, when people become unproductive on the farm, they actually need to find another abode to go and live in. So what I've acknowledged in that regard, and there's a few examples that I've done successfully in the Western Cape in my previous term, I didn't actually acknowledge that stay on a farm as if though they were on a waiting list for that period. And then we assisted them in that regard. It's not a high number of people that we've managed to do that for. And then we give them obviously a full BNG unit as an acknowledgement of them working 30, 40 years on a farm. As the minister, I'm the only person that can deviate on that. But like I said, we haven't done a lot of them because we haven't received a lot of applications. The problem is when you look at the city of Cape Town, well, the bulk of the elderly that live in community stock are not farm workers. They were civil servants working for the city, working for the state, the various spheres of government. So it's how do I adapt what I've learned through the farm worker approach and how can I possibly assist them? The other option is because they want a rental option and falling outside of the purview of social housing, it's do we not focus or is there not a need, like I said, to really look at the regulatory space within which we function, to create a specific product or what I call step-down housing for elderly people, knowing you will never be the owner, knowing you will pass away one day, but at least you have a roof over your head. And I must say, in the non-metro areas, this idea of a step-down facility is becoming more and more request because a lot of our elderly people who are on the waiting list, again, it's a non-metro example I'm using now, they do not want a BNG house. They just want their safe space where they can live and die in peace and in dignity. So, I think the human settlement sector itself needs to adapt now to the living changes of the people. In 1994, people wanted to own a home. People's lives has changed so much. For them, ownership is actually a secondary thought. If you are an elderly person, sometimes you just want to die in dignity because many of their kids have left them and they've moved on, and many of the elderly are left to their own devices, which we are seeing at community. People or elderly people, the kids and the grandkids don't look back to the elderly. So I'm just leaving that to the standing committee because I don't have a concrete answer for you, but it's becoming a bigger problem. The more and more community will privatize and sell off the units, and you have other, like SOCO is the other social housing institute, which I think they ran into a bit of trouble. Don't know if you can recall with the Steen Villas matter that caused a hell of a dent on their balance sheet, and that has a knock-on effect for them because the grant only covers so much, and the rest is private sector investment, and the private sector, as we all know, are profit-driven, seeking a return on their investment. So, remember, that's why I say, it's a very good question that you've asked, but it asks very difficult solutions, which I think currently, as a sector, we either need to re-look at the regulatory framework within which we function. We are not unwilling as a department to try out new things. We have proven that, but remember, we have tried out new things within the current framework. But the scale at which elderly people are now being evicted legally, I must say, it does become a social problem, not just a human settlements problem. And one will need to find one another in that regard. And like I said, I have heard of step-down facilities as a concept from the non-metro areas. It's an idea I actually love, but it's how we will fund it so it can be sustainable. Noting our elderly people do not want to own. They just want safety, they want a roof over their head, and they want to die in dignity at this facility. Which is why the concept of a step-down facility is I find it quite alluring from an investment component, but it's how we do that in the current fiscal environment. Obviously, linking it to a regulatory review of our sector to actually empower me to do that in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much. Then the questions of Member Bryant and Johnson.
Thank you. The question from Member Bryant regarding the failure to pay rental and municipal services and other charges. Yes, we have seen quite an increase. Main reason being a reduction in jobs within family situations post-COVID. But if we look at the current quarter, or in the current financial year, there's an amount of 160, just in this current quarter, of complaints being lodged for failure to pay rental. And if we compare that to the previous years, we can see that there has been an increase. That is something that the tribunal obviously cannot do anything about. It's just that we find that that has a knock-on effect when it comes again to warrants of executions that we find obviously that landlords cannot pursue. They can do so in a magistrate's court after they've received the ruling from the tribunal, but there has been a substantial increase, and that's just in the current quarter.
Thank you very much for the question, Member Johnson. Just in terms of the expenditure on members, so what we did was in the last financial year is because we had new members that started with us, we reduced the number of hearing days. So whilst I said we're now currently sitting with 4 days of hearings, in a previous period, we had 3 days of hearings to assist the new members just to settle in and understand how we operate. And then, of course, yes, we had a vacancy. That vacancy has now been filled as of the 1st of October. So again, you'll see in the next annual report, there'll be a correction in terms of the expenditure related to members.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we're gonna wrap up with the tribunal now. As I know we've got another document that's quite thick with limited time on our side. So I'm going to request the members if there's any additional questions that you would like to pose, you are more than welcome to give it in writing, and we'll then send it through to the department. So from my side, I would like to thank the members of the Housing Tribunal. I think it's very underrated, the works of the tribunal in our economy and how we deal with landlords and tenants, and I think the effect on any local economy and the workings thereof, the tribunal plays a massive part in that. So with that being said, I am going to excuse the members of the tribunal. So it is now 9:03. So we're going to give it about 7 minutes. And then I think we can start again at 9:10. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, so it's a bit of a 7-minute body break. So. Thank you very much and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the very brief body break that we had. We are now moving into the deliberation on the annual report from the Department of Infrastructure. So in terms of how we are going to be dealing with that, members will note that the department has provided us with a infographic. Thank you very much for that, Minister in HOD, and everyone that was involved in that. This is such a big department, so I think it's always nice getting snapshots like this. It just makes it a bit easier. So I am going to proceed in giving the Minister and the HOD the opportunity for their comments and remarks. And after that, members, I am going to request that we then handle the questions that we ask, in on the various sections. Section A first, that's page 1 to 39, and then B, C, and D. So, Minister, with that, over to you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And again, good morning to the members. Also to my HOD and our full complement of the administrative team from the department and from the ministry that are present. Honourable Chair, it's indeed my distinct honour to present to you today the annual report for the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure. This report reflects our unwavering commitment to enhancing the infrastructure landscape of our province, driving economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our residents across our province. Indeed, the year under review has been one of significant progress and notable achievements, particularly noting that it was our inaugural financial year as well, Honourable Chair. Through this year, we have navigated a challenging economic environment which still persists into the current financial cycle, which is marked by global uncertainties, local pressures, yet our resolve has remained steadfast and consistent as Department of Infrastructure. Our strategic initiatives and projects have been guided by the clear aim of the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework 2050, which is to enable infrastructure-led growth and investment for the province that will benefit the communities we serve. Key highlights of the year under review include the successful implementation and completion of several major infrastructure projects, which have had a transformative impact on both urban and rural communities. A key milestone was ultimately, from a governance perspective, my department receiving its first clean audit report from the Auditor General. This in our very first year of existence. Now, you will see how big my department is, and you will understand why we are actually celebrating a first clean audit or clean bill of health from the AG. Our focus, Honourable Chair and members, have spanned critical sectors such as the transport infrastructure sector, the human settlement sector, public health, and educational infrastructure. Each project has been executed with meticulous planning, robust stakeholder engagement, and a relentless pursuit of excellence by the department and by my ministry as well. In the transport infrastructure branch, we have made significant strides in upgrading our road networks, enhancing our transportation systems, but also promoting sustainability in doing so. But none of this did not come without challenges for the year under review, Honourable Chair. As we all are aware, we have observed severe weather conditions over the past few years, even for the year under review, which has impacted our transport network very, very badly, putting tremendous strain on it, not only in terms of budget, but also on the local economy where these portions of roads are situated, ultimately also impacting the local communities at various stages through the various storms for the year under review. To date, our expenditure on just repairing our crucial and key roads is in excess, honourable members, of 230 million rand and counting. And all of this comes from provincial funding. We have received no additional or emergency or disaster funding yet from the relevant national department or from the National Disaster Management Centre. But I'm very pleased with our branch here and also pleased with the department's response to these unforeseen crises, honourable members. As an example, the Citrusdal Road has been severely damaged by floods, as we are aware yet again during the year under review, obstructing their access to the N7. But our teams were on the ground in record time, and it has ensured that one-way traffic is possible. And by the start of this festive season, I can confidently and proudly say that full access to Citrusdal would have been restored. Honourable members, my department and I understand the critical role that roads play in not only connecting communities, but also because it sustains a growing local economy. And we are therefore prioritizing road maintenance to ensure the safe usage of our roads as well for that specific purpose. But our efforts are not only improving safety, connectivity, and reducing travel times, but also acting as an economic catalyst for the freight sector, the commerce sector, and the agricultural sectors. Because we do understand that we are enabling the provincial economy to grow, because we need a growing economy to create more jobs for the people of our province as a whole. In terms of our social infrastructure, we have seen a dedicated push towards reducing the backlog and helping to ensure that all citizens have access to safe, affordable, and dignified living conditions. In terms of our branch human settlements, these projects are designed to be inclusive and to foster community integration, to support a diverse and vibrant social fabric, given that annually also 150,000 people from beyond our provincial borders are also semigrating to our province, further contributing to this very vibrant social fabric I refer to. The branch human settlements, as a part of our annual budget, has a budget of 2.23 billion rand, and this focuses mainly on the development through our department of delivering human settlements. And for the previous 5 years, we developed well over 40,000 quality housing opportunities. And this, even for the year under review, comes despite many adverse challenges, which I will now seek to expand on, but also to provide clarity, because I have been following some of the media and the distorted facts that have been put into the public domain, Honourable Chair. Firstly, extortion, unlawful occupation, and illegal invasion of public property has been a major obstacle for our provincial government, but more so for my departments, on our path to building communities that enable residents to actually prosper in our province. In the 2023-2024 financial year, the National Department unilaterally, I need to emphasize, Honourable Chair, unilaterally cut our budget by over 500 million rand. Why? Because sites earmarked either for informal settlement upgrading or through the HSDG grant for which we had dedicated funding were either illegally invaded or they were stopped because of extortion. And, the National Department did not approve of any rollover applications for a specific period. And this left quite a number of these projects non-implementable. That this continues, Honourable Chair, to continue to place enormous strain on our ability to deliver adequate, affordable housing opportunities to deserving, qualifying beneficiaries in our province. And I must emphasize, who legally await the opportunity. And I want to be very clear to the Standing Committee this morning. As a department and as the Minister, we recognize that together with our residents, we as government must work to address the scale of the affordable housing delivery that's needed across our province. But once host communities start resorting to illegal occupation and invasion, it is not the solution which is required. It actually worsens our objectives and pushes our agenda even back further. As an example, I'll use two prominent sites which is currently earmarked and remains earmarked for affordable housing projects within the inner city. The one is the Woodstock Hospital, and I'll refer to the building in its legal name, not its new baptized name, which is owned by the city of Cape Town. Then there's also the Helen Bowden Nurses Home near the V&A waterfront, which is owned by our provincial government. Both of these are illegally occupied. Our department has had to spend over 19 million rand on security and maintenance just at the Helen Bowden site alone. Again, this causes project delays, and that's 19 million rand that is wasted money that actually could have been used for earmarked settlement development. I am, however, on the positive side, Honorable Chair, pleased by our departments, but also government's perseverance and our daily efforts to deliver into serving our people who legally wait for their opportunities. Again, for me, it's those who legally wait for their opportunities. In the 2023-2024 financial year, the department facilitated the delivery of 5,028 housing opportunities. This benefited approximately 16,400 people who live in these dwellings. We handed over 5,007 title deeds against a target of 3,600. Chair and members, this ultimately showcases my department's commitment, despite adverse challenges, to uplifting our communities, especially our poorer communities, and to building infrastructure that provides residents with opportunity for a better, prosperous future. But we could not have done this alone. One of our cornerstones of our successes in the year under review has been the strong partnerships we have cultivated with the private sector stakeholders, law-abiding local community organizations and communities themselves, but also transversal government entities. Collaboration and a shared vision have been instrumental in overcoming obstacles and achieving goals to a large extent. And as we reflect on the accomplishments of the past year with you here today, we also look ahead with a sense of purpose and determination, remembering that we are a government that is also providing hope beyond our own borders. The upcoming year presents new opportunities and challenges, Honorable Chair. And we are prepared as a department and myself as the minister with my ministry to address them with the same vigor and commitment that have brought us to this point where we are today. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated team of the Department of Infrastructure and my ministry, who are tireless in their efforts and their unwavering dedication to ensure that our focus is a driving force behind all of our achievements together as the tenant in the partnership model. And I also want to thank our partners, which includes US Standing Committee, our stakeholders, and the people of our province for their continued support and trust in my department and our mandate. Chair, I believe, and I firmly believe that together we can continue and will continue to build a prosperous and resilient Western Cape, where every individual can thrive and contribute to our shared success if we all do it within the legal perimeters and in partnership together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off just by thanking this committee for the input, the oversight, the guidance, which I believe will be constructive in strengthening and guiding improvements moving forward for the department. So can I just first start off by extending my heartfelt thanks for the work that you are doing. Secondly, Chair, the year under review was of course marred with disasters that had a direct impact on the department's objectives, the targets and the funding, given the fact that, as Minister has alluded to before, we received no disaster funding from national departments in addressing the disasters that we had to. We also went through a year that was marked by an in-year cut to the budget for infrastructure, and that has a major impact in the infrastructure domain. Generally, we do not receive in-year cuts. We've had that not just locally in terms of the equitable share, but also in the grant frameworks that has impacted the planning and delivery of the department. For the disasters, Chair, I just want to note that in June 2023, the flood damage estimated cost for the department was round about an amount of 196.6 million rand. For September of 2023, 766 million. October 2023, 59 million. And as at the 31st of December 2023, the department required approximately 850 million rand just to respond to 70% of the flood damage caused in to the road network. Having said that, it meant that we had to reprioritize within the department money that was earmarked for the departmental programs itself. And that has set the departmental programs back with more than a year. We continue to try and respond to that damage, knowing that we did not receive any new money from a disaster response point of view. Finally, Chair, I would like to take the opportunity to thank this team. It was our first year as a department, as Minister said. It was our first year as a new team. We had to go through not just the organizational changes, but equally cultural changes as far as the organization is concerned. We pulled this together, Chair, and we managed to pull off a clean audit without findings, which is no easy feat. We come from different backgrounds. We were used to different processes and procedures, and we had to adapt. While adapting, Chair, while trying to pull together a new department, we were met with challenges such as the disasters and such as the in-year budget cut. Nevertheless, we managed to do delivery. We managed to make sure that we pull our house in order, and we managed to make sure, Chair, that ultimately we operated within the best interests of the citizens. So for that, I want to also extend my thanks to this team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD. Members, is there any comments or questions on what they've just presented to us now before we go into Part A? Member Bryant, and then Member Heron, and then Member Lackner.
Thanks, Chairperson. And I think as a start, this infographic that was handed out is incredibly helpful. So thank you. It really puts things in perspective. And I think it is worth noting that you are a new department comprising of a lot of institutional knowledge already, but it is a hulking great ship that I think is going to require quite a lot of steering going forward. So to get through that first period, I think is something that can be applauded, and we'll get into the detail when we get to the report. Thank you.
Member Heron.
Thank you, Chair. Just maybe one or two questions. The Minister referred to the reduction in funds, and I think presented it as a kind of unexpected reduction. But I think the question really is, was the reduction in funds to both IUSP and HSDG not because of underperformance, and those funds therefore transferred to other provinces that were able to deliver on both the top structures and the upgrade of informal settlements. So there was a reduction of funds later on in the report. It says on the 16th of February, which is almost right at the end of the financial year. So the reduction in funds is not really, as I understand it, part of the budget cuts that were implemented nationally on various programs, but because of underperformance by this department in delivery. And the second question that I have is around the reference to the two occupied buildings, Woodstock Hospital and Helen Bowden. Those occupations were started as a form of protest. I mean, that protest started 7 years ago, maybe. 8 years ago, and obviously people are now living there. It's no longer a protest. But the protest was around the Tafelberg school site. And recently the province advertised some sort of process for the Tafelberg school site as if there'd been no processes before, no investigations before. And then that process, I understand, was suddenly cancelled. So perhaps we can get some information around what is the proposal for the Tafelberg school site, given that it is largely what prompted the occupation of the Woodstock Hospital and Helen Bowden. Thanks.
No, thank you, Chair. I think I must first welcome the introductory remarks by the Minister. And I must also say that I'm happy that in his input, he made mention of extortion, because I tried to look for it in the forward and it was not there. So I'm happy that he mentioned it. But Chair, what triggered me was the issue of illegal occupation that he mentioned, and it made me to rethink that perhaps whilst there's these things such as the illegal invasion on sites, the processes within government also needs to be looked into very carefully. I'm saying this because during the year 2018, in ERF 8448, the site of Zwelicha, not the site of Mau Mau, the site of Zwelicha, where a company named Situ abandoned the site. And for that whole year, there was nothing happening. And in 2019, 2020, people invaded those houses. Now, the blame is squarely on the process within the city of Cape Town or in the province, because I remember being part of a delegation that went to inquire as to why the company was not on site. And in this house, we were told in 2019 that there's going to be another company that has been appointed, because that company that was initially appointed could not fulfill its mandate. And the entire 2019, there was nothing happening up until we saw on the other side of R448 in Mau Mau, a company doing some work. Now, I think the blame must be squarely put on government. If for a whole year, houses will remain unoccupied, unfinished, what does that say to service delivery? There's no service delivery because people would have occupied their houses. But where I want to get to, Chair, is particularly on how these companies are appointed, because both Siku company and Ketwayo company that were awarded those tenders, we don't hear what happened to those companies. And I think for me, I would like to understand what measures were put in place by government for companies who did not fulfill their contractual agreement. What were the consequences thereof? Two would be around the issues of extortion. You know, we live in these communities and we see the difference between us and them. If you walk into F8448, both sides, including the one that extends to Gugulethu, there's a security company there. They are not armed. But if you go to other communities, such as the one that is in Bishop Levis, just behind the court clinic or Bishop Levis police station there, before people were placed there, because now I see the area having people residing already. The security company that was on that area was armed. Now, how do you then weigh which companies must be awarded in these areas that will provide a specific kind of security? Because I would also run if I'm only having a knopkiri, while people who are busy with extortion come to me with a rifle. So how do you weigh Bishop Levis versus 8448 in terms of resourcing and protecting those specifically resources that are there? So I just want to know, why is the approach different in terms of awarding? But what becomes key for me is to understand what were the consequences on Ketwayo and Siku for not delivering. How much was paid to them and how much was recovered by the department for failure not to abide with the contractual agreement? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you firstly to Member Bryant for the comments and for acknowledging how big this ship is ultimately, which is why we prepared the infographic, because it does give you a true picture of actually the nuts and bolts of what makes the DOI. Member Aaron, indeed, you know, you would have heard in my opening remarks, I was referring to unilateral reductions. And I'm going to actually expand on that so you can fully understand what I mean by that. We need to be aware, as the HOD said, we had a mid-year cut across all 9 provinces. That's after we submitted our business plans, after the minister signed it, after we went through an entire tedious process of engaging municipalities, and mid-year the budget was cut, which means all provinces, not just the Western Cape, had to actually reduce their targets in terms of the HSDG component and the ISUPG component. Then later on in the year, actually to be quite specific, on the 9th of December 2023, we had a consultative meeting with the National Department, with the National Minister and a team, as they were then contemplating a possible second cut. Again, it's the Western Cape, Gauteng, KZN, and it was the Free State. Those 4 were singled out at Minnick. Again, the National Department did acknowledge that the reason why some of these projects, remember we had a mid-year cut, and later in the year, again, we had to account. The issue of municipal performance was discussed. And the logical question was, given that we are now nearing the end of a financial year, will these 4 provinces actually be able to spend their money? We needed to submit and prepare a presentation for our meeting of the 9th of December 2023. Actually, what will be our recovery plan? How do we plan actually to ensure that we come as close to accomplishing our target? If not, what is our projected estimate where we will end up in terms of ISUPG spend and HSDG spend? So we were quite prepared for the 9th of December's meeting with the National Minister and the team. And this follow-up meeting was scheduled post the festive break for in January. And guess what happened in February? Again, we were due for a second round of engagements with the National Department. We did not receive a prior notice. Unilaterally, we just saw a decision, a letter. They took over 500 million. Again, that money was then reallocated as per the letter that we received and was shifted to Limpopo, which the National Department believed would be able to spend the money they are ultimately taking, not just from the Western Cape, but the 3 other provinces as well. And well, needless to say, Limpopo couldn't even spend that money before the end of the financial year. Now, in terms of that unilateral, and why I refer to the word unilateral, if there's a reduction in the allocation in terms of any grant to my department, there's supposed to be a second adjustment process, which the National Department did not follow. They just unilaterally made changes with disastrous implications for our business plan for the year under review. Therefore, as the MEC in this province, I actually hold the National Department accountable because we did not conclude our final engagement. They did not provide us an opportunity to give them our plan B, how we were seeking to address, to come as close to the expenditure in terms of the ISUPG and of the HSDG. And that is why I refer to that as a unilateral change, because we never concluded that process. The way and where the distortion of the fact came in is when the national minister answered a question in the NCOP, and she said that we had to give back money, which is actually not 100% truthful. Whereas the paper trail and the facts at our disposal proves the contrary, because we never had a follow-up meeting post the 9th of December, where she afforded our province and Gauteng and KZN, because these are the three big provinces, to actually afford their plan B, or how they would seek to actually reach or come as close to reaching their adjusted targets, I must state. I mean, they unilaterally took over 500 million from the Western Cape. Gauteng was over $1 billion. KZN was also a massive amount, but as I've committed to this house, I don't compare our province and my department with other provinces, but in this case, I have to do it because of the approach which the national department did, which goes far beyond just this own or our provincial department. Member Lekker, ERF 8448, and you compare it to Bishop Lavis. Again, ERF 8448 is a City of Cape Town project. Remember, there were quite a number of projects which my predecessor, and yes, I do acknowledge, even though my predecessor made decisions, I had to continue with what he did, and I stopped that, to be quite blunt. Because, and the reasons that we were providing, just so you understand the context of my answer, ERF 8448 and a number of projects, the City of Cape Town, under the then, what's now former MMC, Councillor Malusi Boy, actually requested the then Department of Human Settlements to actually assist them because they had troubles with their supply chain process at the City of Cape Town. So our department entered in the form of agreement with the City of Cape Town, and ERF 8448 was part of that, to just help and assist them with the supply chain processes, obviously in consultation with them. And more than a year ago, I actually handed over all the city's projects. ERF 8448 is one of those, because I actually explained to MMC Popheim, why is it that you are accredited at a specific level? I'm still trying to understand the rationale why we are continuing to assist the City of Cape Town, when in effect, by your own account and by the Auditor General, your systems are actually quite fitting. You have a clean bill of health. So I gave back a number of projects. 8448 is one of those. So in terms of the use of security and why Bishop Lavis is one set and ERF 8448, I do believe that is actually a question that one will need to, through you, Chair, actually ask the City of Cape Town, because I can't answer for their procurement process anymore, because we've given all their projects back to them. In terms of the companies, I do take note of, you can just provide me with the companies' names, because I couldn't even spell it when you announced it, to be honest. That I can commit to giving you feedback, because again, for the period which you are inquiring, we assisted the City of Cape Town. So the paper trail must be there. So I will ask that the DG Schierman through HED actually does avail the standing committee actually with a quite detailed summary in terms of what happened in 8448, that actually formed part of our handover report to the City of Cape Town, including those two companies and what might and might not have happened. But I do agree with you, member, in terms of extortion. You can't go into a gunfight with a pocket knife, so to speak, like to paraphrase some of what you've said. But on a number of these sites which we've handed back to the city, that seems to be the problem. It is the security being used now. While we had assisted them with these sites, we used specific service providers that either had technical response or emergency responses or just surveillance responses that was used. And that showed quite effective, but it came at a massive cost to us, which was a secondary reason why I gave the projects back to the city, because why must I spend HSDG grant on sites in the best run metro in the country, who have a very competent law enforcement branch or component that could actually assist their Department of Human Settlement. So I might not have answered you fully, Member Lekker, but again, in terms of the companies, I will make the commitment that I will give you feedback in writing what has happened. But also, I think for the standing committee to understand, of 8448, but also the other projects, which forms part of a basket of projects we gave back to the city, which we actually just assisted them with for close to almost 6 years, to be quite blunt. And that has now been given back to them more than a year ago. Thank you. I don't know if actually you want to add anything.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, just to Member Lekker to indicate that the department has set up engagements with the NPA and the police commissioner to talk about extortion and the type of security that we are allowed to use versus when that extends beyond our mandate. So that meeting is supposed to happen in the next 3 weeks. I was asked to provide them with case numbers on the cases that we've had for the year under review, which my department has done. So we are going to proceed with that engagement, and we will also provide the standing committee with some feedback around the process and, of course, the standard operating procedure of how they expect both the department and the contractors to deal with cases of extortion. As far as the questions around Tafelberg is concerned, just for the registration of interested parties, I'm going to refer that question to Lindelwa to answer. But Member Heron, the question around what is the plan? There's always been the vineyard mentioned portion of that thing that was meant for human settlements, and that is still the plan as far as that is concerned. And that is the same as far as Helen Bowden and the plan for Helen Bowden is concerned. So apart from this, we, of course, like the Minister has alluded to before, we have identified a number of inner city projects meant for human settlements, integrated human settlements development, and the department is committed to deliver those. Nadawa?
Thanks, Chair. The process that was started was to invite interested and affected parties so that there can be a platform to communicate with them in as far as initiating a co-development initiative for the site. Yes, there were studies that were done, as you say, but those studies were more than a decade old, and some of them, given all the developments in the area, they needed to be updated. For instance, your services and your bulk infrastructure for the site, and those would have to be assessed on the impact of the concept that would have come up. But as HOD has said, that the plan is to revive the Wynyard mentioned for human settlement, which also has a process that it needs to follow because the site is a heritage site, is a declared provincial heritage site. It has a number of processes that it has to follow with the Heritage Western Cape, and the interested and affected parties will get an opportunity then to also participate in those processes once they get initiated.
Thank you very much. We again have Member Heron, Bryant, and then Member Lekker.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to follow up on both questions that I asked, just about the unilateral reduction in funds. Is there? I mean, these funds are conditional grants, and are there not milestones that need to be achieved at certain points in time for these conditional grants? Certainly, I know that between the province and the city, it's one point when the HSDG was negotiated and managed through a business plan. If the city was not meeting certain milestones, there was a threat from the province at that time to reduce the funding to the city. So I'm not sure if that applied and whether, so if there were milestones and the province was not meeting those milestones, if that didn't influence the decision to reduce the funding. And then just on the Tafelberg School, the answers are not clear. I mean, are we making the site available for affordable housing or not? And it's interesting because obviously in the history of the matter is that the Human Settlements Department wanted to use it for affordable housing. There's the HOD at the time wrote a letter saying that the site should be used, the urban that make up the site should be used for affordable housing. And now you have Human Settlements and the Property Management Department all in one department. So basically you can ask yourselves, do we want this property for human settlements purposes? And then answer the question, because you're not in different departments anymore. But the answer's a bit fudgy. I mean, can we just not say we're going to use it for this or not? Thank you.
Member Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Just very quick, 2 questions. What is a co-development initiative that you mentioned that the interested and affected parties are going to be brought into? And is that guided by any previous legal precedents and cases that have revolved around this, or is it just a new initiative that's being put in place?
Member Lacker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response, Minister. Seeing that your department assisted in terms of supply chain with the ERF 8448 project and many others, I would like to know, one, the recent arrest of the former MEC Malusi Boy, with the allegations that were put to him, because this happened during the time where your department was in cooperation with the city. Has there been an investigation conducted in ascertaining whether there's collusion or alleged collusion between some officials in your department and these companies? Because I think in many respects there has been issues of collusion in a way. The site in Pela where the suspect, one of the Stanfords, has been arrested. He was also responsible in the site not in Pela, in Bishop Lavis, as well as this one of F8448, where Siku and Ketwayo Construction were involved. I want to know, is there maybe an investigation that will be conducted by your department into getting to the cracks exactly as to what happened, or even collusion with regards to awarding or whatever you may call it? But also I want to check, Chair, in terms of this construction mafia and some of the government officials that were said to have been involved. I don't want to say the minister seems to be laid back, but I'm concerned we're not hearing anything. What exactly is happening? What are the plans? Is there going to be an investigation into this whole saga of mafia versus to what I may think it's collusion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD. And then I think after we receive the answers, we can then move over to part A of so that we can discuss the contents of the report. Thank you.
Hello, cool, Chair. Now, Chair, in terms of the Tafelberg site, and I think Lindelba has unpacked what the INA's intentions are. And to answer the Honourable Heron, the intention of our inner city development program, which includes the Tafelberg site or the earth number, which was used for the INA, is focused on affordable housing development. That I can personally say, so it does include the Tafelberg site. Again, like Andelwa said, the last time that this matter was dealt with and financial modeling was done, it was more than a decade ago, and a lot has changed in our sector in a decade. One of the matters that we're looking into now, and it also pertains to the possibility of how we seek to develop the inner city, including the Tafelberg site itself, not the school which already is on, but remember there's 3 portions of land, not just one. That's the precinct there. With us being well aware that SHRA's budget is being reduced, because remember, a component of the inner city development must focus on social housing, which is a rental option, not an ownership option, as you are aware. So what we are doing, and there's the I&A process, and I mean, I've met with the team that are focusing on the financial modeling of our inner city projects. It's how do we actually co-fund what SHRA will not be able to do, which is where we are. So I think I've given you a very clear answer, not just in terms of the Tafelberg side, but also the other inner city projects where we are at the moment. So we are committed for affordable housing in the inner city, which will include a component of social housing, which is obviously the rental option in the inner city. I'll ask the HOD perhaps expand just on that, and then I'll member Lekker. In terms of the Malusi Boy arrest, again, that matter is in the court. It's in the commercial crimes court, as we are all well aware, which should tell us that, for them to have made not one arrest, but multiple arrests, is that investigation has actually uncovered a lot of irregularities. And as the media statement said, not I'm saying so, is that there were clear unsavory relationships between the administrators and allegedly Malusi Boy and the company called Glowmix, which is headed up by who we all know is there. Might there be possible collusion? Well, I think we all are waiting the court outcome to see what that will be. So I can't comment or venture to comment on that. That is why the court is there. But what we have done in the projects where the specific company was used as a service provider by this provincial government, by this department's predecessor, the Departments of Human Settlements, I did request a due diligence, which was done. Once I received the due diligence, I handed over the entire document back over to our Provincial Forensic Investigation Unit, which must tell you what the due diligence picked up. They are busy investigating those specific matters, but for me, it's more about the process and the transactional processes. And again, it's ongoing. That's one of a number of provincial forensic investigations I've asked over a number of projects which predates my term as minister, because I want to understand the rationale in some of these, what has happened. Obviously, we will be following the Malusi Boy matter, given that some of these projects were where, as a provincial department in our predecessor state human settlements, we assisted the city of Cape Town. And again, the PFIU is doing their own forensic investigation. And at some stage, I can foresee that once they've concluded that, and I've submitted the reports through to Cabinet, and depending on how the commercial crimes case will be heading, I can see that the Hawks might be approaching us, given that we have done our own due diligence and there is a forensic investigation that does show our commitment that we have a zero tolerance for corruption in any form. Many people think corruption is just stealing the tangible. There's other forms of subtle corruption, which, we're also looking into. So, remember, I hope if I have answered you fully, Chair, through you. Again, we need to respect the rule of law and the processes of law. Similarly, like I must respect them. But once the PFIU has done and the report is concluded and Cabinet has approved of it, again, we can set up in a future date a closed session or session as itself on what that transpired. But the fact that from AG's perspective, the fact that we've just gotten a clean bill of health as a new department, must tell you that my decision together with the HOD to do what we are meant to do, to tighten up our processes even further because they couldn't find anything wrong. Must tell you that we've also stepped up a number of our own internal mechanisms and control processes even further to ensure that it does not find itself in any form into my department, noting that we are a department that deals with the most supply chain processes and tenders on a monthly basis. So we do want to ensure that there's no questions when we do award tenders and so forth.
Thanks, Chair. So the question about the reduction in funds and whether this was linked to milestones and non-achievement of milestones and the example that you've made, just by way of illustration, Chair, the in-year cuts had nothing to do with milestone achievements. And I'm going to give just a sense of all of the cuts that we've received and not just in human settlements, which should then illustrate the point. So in the human settlements grant, the in-year cut, apart from the end of the financial year, was 214,306. So informal settlements upgrading partnership, the ISUPG, was the 57 million rand cut. The provincial road maintenance grant in-year cut was a 51 million rand cut. The expanded public works program cut was a 650 million rand cut. And that was just in-year. And it had nothing to do with targets. It had nothing to do with milestones. It had to do with the fact that the National Treasury had to weigh on the one hand the issue of the wage negotiations and how they're going to fund that. And on the other hand, the expenditure and how they're going to curb that and pull back some money so that they could address what they thought was necessary. And so each province had cuts, not just to their equitable share, but also to their grant, to their conditional grants all the way through. The second question that you asked is, was this linked because we have an agreement or the province in the past held back on issuing or transferring the grant on the back of milestones? So the province, as you know, gets grants and there are municipalities to whom we transfer these grants apart from the projects that the province delivers itself. And we conclude our own memoranda of agreement with each of these municipalities. And with the city and with almost all of these municipalities, what we do is we put in milestones so that we know at which point is there a red flag that goes up and say, you are not going to make your deadlines, therefore we rather give back the money in the adjustments, or we make sure that you commit the money by the end of the financial year so that we are able to do a rollover application. So that part of the agreement is our internal agreement from province to municipality. It's not an agreement that national has with the provinces.
Thank you very much. So I think we have now wrapped up on the comments on the introductory remarks.
Chair, there was a question on code development and the.
Oh yes, sorry, Member Brian.
So the code development is based on this PLUMA, Special Planning and Land Use Management principles and guidelines for precinct planning. It's the opportunity, as I said, to provide interested and affected parties platform for them to make an input. And we do that with all our developments. So it was not only just for that. We do ask for IEPs to register so that we can engage with them throughout the development process.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now going into the interrogation of Part A, which is just the general information in the annual report. Members can find that is page 1 to page 39, and I am also sort of working from the assumption that members have gone through the document already. Specific to Part A, the general information, HOD, I don't know if you have any general comments on this particular section, or if you would like to head straight into the questions. Straight into the questions. Members specific to Part A, pages 1 to 39. Are there any questions or comments? Member Lekker and then Member Heron.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine would be particularly on the highlights. Where it says, it is my distinct honor to present the annual report for the Western Cape Department Infrastructure for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
Sorry,
I think
sorry,
it's
member,
page
like
8.
if I can just, sorry, I didn't mention that. If the member, if you can just number or mention
Page
the
8.
page number as well. Yeah, sorry, and I couldn't hear. Page?
And in there, it's page 8.
Page 8.
I want to understand in respect to the key highlights for the year under review. I noticed that there were allegations of the MEC abusing the state remuneration concerning housing benefits. Can we get an explanation regarding this matter? And maybe whether how does the MEC benefit from this while he owns properties also within the city center? Is the MEC still receiving benefits? Maybe on a personal level, how does these allegations of corruption affect his integrity at first? The allegations that have arose in all of this. Thank you.
Sorry, member Lekker, you mentioned page 8.
Yes.
I don't know in what document.
It's paragraph number 1, Chair.
Sorry?
It's paragraph number 1 on part A. Are we not on part A?
Yes, we are on Part A.
Of the book.
Is it by the forward of the provincial minister?
Yes.
Okay,
But it's part
perfect.
of part A, isn't it?
All right. Yeah, no, it's what, but it's yeah, it's page 7 and 8, minister. Member Bryant.
Chair, I was just scratching my ear.
Sorry, member Aaron. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I may start on page 9, which is the report from the accounting officer. Just the reference to I guess the ambition to replicate the Conradi Park better living model. And then there's reference to the Artscape Founders Garden Precinct development, the Leeuwloop Precinct, the Friedenberg Urban Revitalization Project. A question really about moving beyond old projects, because Conradi is an old project and we keep hearing it as the example of spatial integration and stuff. And it's a project that was really rapidly pushed by the former Premier Helen Zille, who's been out of the office almost 6 years now. And to see it continuously being used as the example for spatial integration is very frustrating. And similarly with Artscape Founders Garden, I mean, that project, I can date back to Robin Carlyle's time as the MEC for Public Works and Transport. So these are old projects. And when are we going to see the new inner city projects that demonstrate that work has been done besides this old work? Then if I can just go to page 18, and reference to, seems to arise out of the Artscape project, but reference to micro units and the amendment to the norms and standards for the inclusion of micro units. It's referenced at the top of page 18 and then again under the Leeuwloop Precinct project. Are we aiming to achieve affordability through micro units only? Is that the idea, that we're going to pursue affordability by making available the so-called micro units, which are, as I understand them, generally about 20 square meters in size? because that would be a huge failure in addressing the integration of affordability in the inner city. So if this is about pursuing micro units as a solution to affordability, then I think we're going to fail many, many families in the city of Cape Town and the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. HOD, I don't know between you and the minister.
Chair, no, I do welcome Member Lekker's question, even though it's not part of my forward. And what I will provide the standing committee with, because I've actually quite thoroughly, when this was news-worthy, so to speak, I did actually unpack the full detail, explaining also the rights that as a member of the executive I do have. So I will provide the standing committee actually ultimately with the clarity I provided, even to the media who were leaked a distorted version. Again, I do not act without the rules of the law. I'm guided by what I call the Blue Book as a member of the executive. And my main residence is not in the city of Cape Town. I need to put that on record, Honorable Chair. Just as any other member in this House, I have a right to invest. It is also the right of any citizen within this country. As long as I do not do that outside of the perimeters of the guidelines which dictate my behavior as a member of the executive. And that was my response, but I'll give you the detailed response as well, because again, the period within which this was leaked to the media was in the build-up to an election. So I fully understand what the intention was. It did not play out the way the specific party wanted it to. But again, this again shows if incorrect information is used in a distortive manner to actually discredit an honorable member of this House. But facts always outweigh fiction. The same has been done here, and I will provide you, Chair, so you can actually provide it to all of the members, so that this matter can finally be put to bed here as well, because it was properly and effectively answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Member Heron's question, I understand what you talk about when you say your frustration, but when we talk about Conradi and using Conradi, we're not talking about the work and how it was pulled together at the time. We're talking about the kind of developments and the way in which it looks is used and how it looks and the kind of integration that we want to see. And maybe, Chair, one of the things that we should do is take the standing committee there for a visit so that we can talk about lessons learned. Because even though that project started way a long time ago, and I was part of the procurement process as far as that is concerned, there were lessons learned, lessons around affordability, lessons around efficiencies, lessons around what we're not supposed to repeat. And that's what we talk about when we mention that sentence. However, when you talk about the new work done, it is these lessons that we talk about when we talk about the development of the Leo Lua project that we would like to brief the committee on, but of course in an environment where we only talk about the inner city projects and what it is that we're planning to do, because these are also going to cabinet shortly. Part of what we are talking about, and I can assure you there are new projects in there. Part of what this department has also done is going through the entire asset portfolio to see where are the properties that's underutilized or unutilized, earmarked for specific government purposes, but not utilized in a long period of time, to then go back and say, sorry guys, we can't hold on to this property any longer for that purpose unless you show what development is going to happen pertaining to that properties. Then when we say, are we only going to pursue micro units as solutions to affordability? The answer is no, we are not. Part of what we are going to do, but that was not part of the report under review, is to find new money. Because where we sit, and Minister would have alluded to it in the response pertaining to Shara, part of it is the department's question that we're grappling with to say, so if Shara is no longer going to be able to provide the kind of co-funding, how do we go about it? And this department, together with the provincial treasury, is actually pursuing an entire new process of finding new money outside of the equitable share and specifically outside of the grant framework. In the grant framework, you well know it's a conditional grant, and so the rules of the grant framework needs to be followed, including sizing and standards and everything that goes with the human settlements prescripts. But if we find partnerships and new money where we borrow, where we, through the provincial treasury, of course, not the department on its own, and we find new money, then we can also start optimizing our own property portfolio. The property portfolio that was handed over to the Department of Human Settlements by the then Housing Board, the property portfolio that the Human Settlements Department, the then Human Settlements Department acquired, and that is held by the HDA on behalf of human settlements. So we are in the process to go through those, see what is viable and how many housing opportunities can we get out of those. And that's why I'm saying that's probably calls for a briefing, a specific briefing of the standing committee of what is the plans. But the plan is not that it be funded within the current funding envelope, because then we have to go back to the rules dictated by that funding envelope. The plan is to find alternative financing, and that includes borrowing. It includes things such as blended financing. It includes things such as front loading and others. And there are financing houses that's prepared to come to the party, and that's the process that the department is embarking upon at this particular point in time. So things have moved since the annual report, and we could of course not include it as part even of the document of the one-pager that we've given you, because it's not what happened for the period 1 April 2023 to 31st of March of 2024. But it is what the department has been pursuing since then, given the dilemma that we sit in.
Thank you very much, HOD Minister. Members, then just a comment from my side, or a request from my side. We are dealing with the annual report, so let's refrain from using frivolous accusations or stuff from the past, and let's try and stick to the contents of what is written in the annual report per se. So thank you for your cooperation, Member Heron. And Member Lacker, do you have a follow-up as well? Thank you. So it's Member Heron and then Member Lacker.
Chair, I don't know if you were referring to me as asking frivolous questions from the past.
No, I was referring to the comment on the forward pertaining to the minister. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. Well, because I'm asking questions out of the annual report. I wanted to make maybe my question clear about the Conradi project and my frustration. I don't need to go there and see it. I've seen it many times before, and I was on that committee that met with former Premier Helen Zille every month, where we had to report on what achievements we had made since the last month. So I know the project very well. I think my frustration is that it's in here as a transformative land and spatial integration project when we are now 6 years down the line and we haven't got new ones being added. No new names that I recognize. I mean, the names here are old, including Artscape. And if you're talking about the inner city affordable housing projects, there's the 2010 Cape Town Central Regeneration Project, which had about 7 sites, I think 8 sites in it, that was launched by the Western Cape government in 2010 under MEC Carlisle. None of those projects have been implemented except maybe now Artscape Founders Garden. So when are we going to see new? That's the point that I'm making. I'm not asking to go and see Conradi, I know it. I'm asking that this can't be the only project that we keep relying on.
Member Lacker.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by responding, Chair, to your comment that you have made. You see, as public reps, we read newspapers, and as public reps, when we have concerns, we must ask those. We're not going to ask those outside there, but here we are protected and we must get clarity. If such is true or not, it will be clarified.
Member Lacker, you're welcome to pose it as a question to me and we can handle it in that manner. But now we're discussing the contents in the annual report. So if we can maybe just get to the contents of your question. Thanks.
No, Chair, your comments were uncalled for to begin with, but let me get to the report.
Thank you very much.
You can't be sitting there and want to micromanage how public reps ask questions. It can't be like that. Chair, let me ask in particularly to some of the concerns that I have with regards to projects that are on progress or what is the progress thereof. One would be the airport precinct infill sites, Atlantis Kanonkop Phase 2, Site B, Kaelija, the Rostov infill and Mahama infill. I want to know what's the progress with regards to those. Also, Chair, I'm interested in finding out when there was a transition during the period of 2023, maybe what capacity constraints did the Department of Mobility had in relation to bringing phases into the institutional refresh. And then two, Chair, maybe I am really interested in finding and understanding page 9, paragraph 2, the vision inspired in priority 4, particularly in relation to integrated housing within the city center, which I know perhaps it's not a department project, but I really want to know the commitments that were made near the areas of opportunity in respect to those. And lastly, Chair, would be in terms of the contribution to jobs. What necessarily or why were their contracts terminated instead of some of the people being transferred to the department's project office? And also with that would be actually to understand also, Chair, the plan taken into account when terminating those contracts of the employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD Minister.
Chair, just from my side, and I'll just touch on the inner city developments, which Member Heron touched on, and I think Honourable Lekker has just started touching on it. Indeed, Honourable Heron, the remainder of the projects which are earmarked for inner city development is now at the stage of readiness for implementation. So I do feel your grief that we use Conradi Park as an example continuously. But I can tell you when we return to this house next year, it will be a total different picture. Given that each of the other projects which we list in they're now at implementation stage. Some of them are nearing or will be going into the procurement stage very soon. And then at an appropriate time, we'll be making those announcements. But I can tell you that next year, when you read the book, the forward, it will definitely not just include Conradi Park, but you also need to understand Conradi Park has different elements locked into it, which is why we will keep on referring at stages to it, because the Premier and I are now set to unlock and do the start turning for the next phase, which is two components: a commercial stage, which is also a first of its kind where we've been involved in, and also a sport component on the same site. But the other sites mentioned there, and I'll actually ask that HB just perhaps give a glimpse into where we are in terms of implementation readiness, but also the procurement stages, because we are now heading well into that frame where next year, this time around, when we appear before the standing committee, it will be a total different discussion. We'll be having more upscaled catalytic projects actually to get questions on from our side, actually.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to ask Lantawa to run through the projects and give you just a sense of where they are and what's happening next in terms of the phase of the project. Lantawa?
Thanks, Chairperson. There are a number of projects that have actually come through. For instance, Somerset Hospital project would have been at advanced development phase. Unfortunately, the first phase, which we know about being Helen Bowden, which is occupied, could not proceed with development. So had that proceeded, we would not be talking only about Conrad at this point. The two projects that we're referring to on the report being Louis Loop and Founders Garden, they also would have been at a far advanced stage of development. But we lost some time, about a year, because we were waiting for the norms and standards to be gazetted for social housing, because that had implication for the concept, that had implication for the number of units and the sizes of units, as well as the financial viability that needed to be tested. So had that not happened, we would have moved further as far as the implementation of those projects. But going back to your question about the region projects, is that there are projects that are currently in planning. For instance, you've heard about Odemolen. I think it's been publicly, we've gone through a heritage impact assessment process, which shows that we are in the planning stages, and Odemolen will be going through. That's part of the TRAP, which was in the region program. You also have the Prestwich precinct, which was in the region project, which had a number of sites. Currently, we are working on one site with the City of Cape Town's former road reserve, which has been deproclaimed. So there is one project which will also be public just now, because we have already submitted the land use application to the city. And we are anticipating that if we get no appeals, we should have a decision from the tribunal early next year. Then that will get into the development. Odemolen might be not in the CBD, but it's also just close enough. It's about 5 kilometers from the CBD. We're also hoping that we would get a record of decision from the tribunal by next year, so that it also goes into development. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. There was a list of projects mentioned for progress by Member Lekker. So I'm just going to ask Lapika to respond to that. If we've left out any, please provide us with a list, and we are very happy to provide you with the status of each one of those.
With regard to Airport Precinct, we are finalizing the development rights, and then that is one of the projects that will be handed over to the city. With regard to airport infills, which is Luyolo, Tambo Village, and Lusaka, we are in the procurement stages for implementation. The Khayelitsha Site B, that we don't currently have a project on our list. I've just checked, neither do we have it on the list of the city. And again, if there are any other projects we need to provide updates with, we'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any further questions on Board A? Or can we move over to Board Member Lekker?
Thank you, Chair. During the year under review, the Bergrivier, Witzenberg, Matsikama, and Mossel Bay municipalities, they did not claim the full subsidy for the work undertaken on provincial roads. That's in under program transport infrastructure on page 14.
Sorry, page number?
14.
14.
Yes. Now, maybe I would want to know what were the reasons for this? And then page 15, program 4 under human settlement, the ISUPG had an underspending of a particular amount for the year review as a result of community conflicts and land invasions. What are the details of the projects that were affected in this regard? Maybe the last one, Chair, also is on page 18 on the restrictive conditions in the founder's garden title deed. What were the reasons for the decisions and what are the advantages and disadvantages in this regard?
Thank you very much, Member Lacker. And just on, maybe as an add-on, I would also have a question on page 19 and 20. This 4.10 specifically makes mention to the supply chain management and the risks and the challenges that that the supply chain management poses. So, and then page 20 at the top, it says, these challenges are of a particular concern given the fact that the department is both supply chain and project insensitive. These challenges has been mitigated in the interim through, and then it gives us, is there any permanent solution or projects that you're working on in terms of the supply chain to mitigate these risks for a longer term? As my assumption is that some of the underspent might be to some of these delays. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So let me start with the last question first. When we talk about supply chain management in the year under review, the committee must remember that the supply chain for DOI rendered supply chain services for both DOI and the Department of Mobility for the first semester. And we then split the staff between DOI and Mobility only from the 1st of October. So for that first period, and that's when we put everything now in context. Then when we talk about the risks, these risks are national, it's not provincial. And I will take you through examples of some of it so that the committee has better context. If we talk about ongoing delays in finalizing the transversal integrated financial management system, this is the IFMS that the National Treasury indicated they will develop for the entire country for provincial departments and national departments. Noting that these departments work on modified cash standards as opposed to municipalities that have systems, and they were granted that deviation by national because they work purely on GRAP. Okay, so that's the difference there. So the only time that there's going to be a permanent solution in the interim, what we do is whenever we develop something that's going to touch upon an integrated financial management system, we first have to ask permission, which they sometimes give and sometimes not. But this is a national competence, and it's for national issued about 20 years ago, an embargo on the development or purchase of any integrated financial management solution. And until they lift that, the embargo, or they develop the system, there's no permanent solution. We can just mitigate the risk because more and more, as laws change and so on, there's more and more obligations upon departments to come up with new reports for new things and so on. And it becomes very difficult if you are supposed to do that without systems, specifically if you are a supply chain heavy department like ours is. So this is why we call it a risk in our own environment, because because even from an AGSA point of view, they view this as a risk for all provincial departments. The other one is also you wouldn't want provincial departments to each have their own system. It creates chaos in the system, the way we report, the way we look at information, what we report on, and so on and so forth. So that's one example. The other one, of course, is the Constitutional Court judgment on the preferential procurement regulations. Now, Chair, you know about that Constitutional Court judgment. It was when the Constitutional Court ruled that the 2017 preferential procurement regulations was unconstitutional. It exceeded what was contemplated in the original 2001 Act, and therefore it was ruled that National had to come up with a different regulation for the department to implement. In the year under review that we speak about, we were still in that interim phase, and National has since issued the regulation that we're supposed to be following. So whenever there's a changeover in a regulation, specifically if it's in the middle of a financial year, you have the first portion that needs to be evaluated against that legal framework, and the second portion against another legal framework, which causes a little bit of chaos in the system, which is why we're calling it a risk. I can go through all of it, Chair, but that's what I mean with this. So for each one, it's risks and things outside of the organizational environment in DOI, but that has a direct impact as far as that is concerned. So when we tell you these are the things that we use, we're just saying in our governance environment, even if there's a gap, we try and find a mechanism so that we can guide the entire department from a standardization point of view, how we're going to deal with that gap. Then the issue around the ISUPG and details of some of the sites, there's a list of sites that we can provide, but one such an example is the Valmont site. It's a site that has major opportunities, quite a lot of them, but it is invaded. And from that point of view, we first have to go through a process. So, and it's invaded, and there's also temporary relocation areas on the site. But there's a long list of beneficiaries that's actually the legitimate beneficiaries for that site. So that's just one example. We do have the complete list, which we will forward to the committee as soon as we out of the session. The Founders Garden advantages and disadvantages there, I'm just going to refer that to Lindawa.
Thanks, Chair. The condition that was imposed, remember Founders Garden was a garden, hence it's called Founders Garden, and there were conditions imposed which limited development. So if we needed to realize the mixed use and mixed income housing development that we're planning for, we needed to have that condition removed from the title deed. So that is the benefit of removing that condition from the title deed, that as much as there will be aspects of open space within the concept of Founders Garden, but it does not limit the intended development. If that restrictive clause had not been removed, then it would have limited to a larger extent the proposed development of the site. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are we done with part A? And then if we can move over to part B, and if we can try and handle end of part B by 11:30, then we can have a body break at 11:30 for 15 minutes. There will be tea and coffee in the members' lounge. I was just told. But yeah, if we look at part B speaks to the performance information, and that is page 40 to page 139. Again, HOD, I don't know if you have any opening remarks, or we can go straight into the questions. Straight into the questions we go. Member Bryant.
Thanks, Chairperson. My question is kind of linked actually between Part B and Part C. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to mention some of the things in Part C. But on page 77.2.2.2, It's the number of green build employees that have been accredited. It seems to be, well, it seemed to at the time have been a new thing because there wasn't a past precedent to build on. But a target was set at 15, and this was over achieved. 19 were accredited. Are you able to give me any kind of indication what this comprises of the overall percentage of that particular complement of staff that you're intending on training? In other words, how far along the process are you? And do you think that in terms of the fact that you have overachieved that target, you should be potentially setting a slightly more ambitious target going forward, maybe 20 or 25? We all know it's nice to get greens, but sometimes we have to push it out a little bit if we're looking at the the challenges in particular that we're facing when it comes to climate change. Actually, you know what? I'll leave the next one till we get to section C. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member Heron.
Thanks, Chair. I have quite a few questions, so if you want to stop me and break it for someone else, you're welcome to do so. I think if I go to page 43, I think we must just acknowledge as an achievement the number of bursaries that were given to students in the built environment sector. I think that's a really encouraging achievement by the department. So I'd like to acknowledge that. And on page 44, just with regards to the education facilities, and this is just really a matter of interest, the rapid build program, is that outside of this Department of Infrastructure? And I see the HOD nodding, so you don't need to answer that question. I can move on. On page 50, there's a service delivery improvement plan. And I wasn't sure if I was reading this booklet wrong or if there's actually only one key service in the improvement plan, which is the upgrading of informal settlements. Are there no other aspects of delivery in the department that were included in the service delivery improvement plan besides the Batupele arrangements? But I didn't really see, maybe I read the book wrong, but I didn't see another indicator for service delivery improvement plan. And if there's only one, I think that would be surprising. On page 62, the first reference really to the deferred ownership model, which I think is also an innovative funding model because it assists people who don't qualify necessarily for a product under the housing program, but who could be treated quite cruelly in a project if they were to be excluded. So I was wondering whether this is a model that is unique to the Western Cape province, and if so, whether it could lead to a policy or legislation development to provide for it, because there are lots of cases that I would be aware of where I think a deferred ownership model would be appropriate and assist communities, but I wasn't sure if it is actually part of the national housing program or whether it's something that you're piloting. And if you are piloting, how do we progress that to some sort of policy or legislation? On page 63, there's reference to contributing to an upgrade in the Drakenstein local municipality. I think it's a road upgrade, which sounds remarkably like a land financing product, something called a TIF. And again, I wonder if this is our first foray into tax incremental finance or land-based financing, and again, whether there shouldn't be some policy or legislation that guides and encourages this kind of intervention, which I think is important. On page 64, when you talk about the leveraging infrastructure to bring about fundamental spatial transformation, then in the paragraph, you set out 4 outcomes. So the outcomes that you've set out as indicators for spatial transformation, if I understand what you're trying to communicate here, are improved efficiencies, livable neighborhoods, access to adequate housing, and improved security of tenure. So improved efficiencies, great. Livable neighborhoods, I think obviously we want the disparity in neighborhoods, the disparities between neighborhoods to be eliminated. But there's nothing here about actual integration and breaking down the legacy of apartheid spatial planning. So I think there's something missing in terms of achieving spatial transformation if these are the only 4 indicators. I've asked about Conradi. Shall I keep going, Chair? Just on, if I go to page 86, which is now about the transport infrastructure, there's a paragraph which raises questions for me around why this function is still in this department. It talks about, in the absence of a fully optimized and integrated public transport and freight system, a well-maintained road network remains critical for supporting economic and social mobility, etc. And obviously, the road network is part of our mobility network. So the split when this happened, public transport and public works, human settlements, and the refresh, or whatever it's called, resulted in transport infrastructure remaining with this department, but mobility remaining with another department. So is there a conflict, or is there a tension between the work that's been done here in terms of trying to achieve this integration and the work that's been done in the mobility department? And is transport infrastructure in the right place? I'm nearly done. I wanted to jump to page 103, and the reference to 7 social housing projects were endorsed in this period. And then one of them that really surprises me to be included here is Pine Road. Because as far as I know, Pine Road goes back 13 years at least. So it was released to SOCO a number of years ago. Why is it only being endorsed as a social housing project in 2023, 2024, when, as far as I'm aware, the site was transferred from the province to the city in about 2012 or 2013. It was allocated to SOCO about 2014 or 2015. I don't understand why it's only being endorsed in this term of office. And then I think I'm nearly done a page on 105, which is the delivery of breaking new ground houses. There's a reference to until the date of retabling. Because I think this figure is low. 1,047 was the achieved target, or achieved delivery of breaking new ground houses. I know from a question that I asked to the minister that the number is a little bit higher. But what is being achieved in terms of military veteran beneficiaries? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any more, Member Lacker? And then we can maybe go to the answering.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe let me ask, I've got quite a number of questions like Member Aaron. May I maybe allow the department and then come in with my list of questions?
Yes. Okay, perfect. Let's handle the first set of questions then, and then we can go over. Thanks.
Honourable Chair, I'll take one of the questions and pass the buck to the HOD. In terms of deferred ownership, which member Heron touched on, Honourable Chairperson, this is a innovative approach which we piloted in the previous term, funded from own funding, not through any grants from national. But in the current term, the national minister has started actually announcing certain objectives of actually focusing on similar types of programs at a national scale. I call it deferred ownership. She will just probably call it another name. Cape Agulhas was chosen by us as a pilot. We used our own funding together with the various bank institutions and the other role players in the sector, including Cape Agulhas municipality. So we've now learned lessons from the governance architecture from Cape Agulhas, all the other key role players, and let the HOD and the team touch on that. But this is a pilot unique to the Western Cape, funded by our own funding. It has proven to be quite very effective, but I think linked to that, honourable member, is two other sub-programs, which again is unique to the Western Cape. We have a program which is called the Credit Readiness Program, which is a free service we provide to actually get beneficiaries ready for what used to be called the FLISP, or what it's now the First Home Finance Program, which we provide them access to now. We linked that to the Deferred Ownership Program to ensure that the beneficiaries who ultimately would benefit from the deferred model would be ready after year 3 to actually either then embark on successfully obtaining a bond from the institution or the bank institution of their choice, or some could gain access to their pension fund, which I believe some have. And obviously, the third uniqueness in terms of this program is the fact that we've now worked with a local municipality, but the 3 years within which the successful beneficiaries needed to play, it's a rent-to-buy concept. The rental was never dealt with by the municipality or our department. It was done by an entity which has 100% rate of actually getting in the rental every month. It was originally conceptualized to be a deferred concept for 2 years. Thereafter, the beneficiary would actually need to approach a bank institution or gain access to the pension fund. But again, the pilot was launched just before COVID was about to hit. And obviously, some of the successful beneficiaries, there was a change in their financial position. So I actually, because it's a pilot, I said, let's extend the deferred period by another year. So it's actually a 3-year deferred, the deferred initiative. What we have seen because of that additional year is that the bulk of those recipients actually before the end of year 3 have now been able to actually get access to a bond or get access to the pension fund to actually purchase the unit. I think what makes this also unique is it's integrated into Inbredarsdorp into a bigger development, which means we could the cost of the bulk infrastructure could actually be brought down totally, which brought the unit prices down per unit. Now there's 3 different types of unit modalities, all fall within the affordable housing range. And what we have seen, again, we're unpacking the lessons that we've learned. The project is now called the Mill Park Project. It has an online link if you want to go and see the plans and so forth. But it does show that the proof of concept of our provincial government does work. We now are looking at how we can step it up, given that we are unpacking the lessons that we have learned. Again, the national minister, once or twice now in the current term, has started addressing the issue of I call it deferred ownership. She seeks to call it another name, but the architecture, the framework, the governance modalities is actually what we will be able to assist the national department with, because for me, it's about showing there are different modalities to affordable housing that one can use. And I think what, lastly, what makes us unique, Honourable Chair, is that a component of the rental the beneficiary pays actually then gets accredited to when they wish to go for a bond, as an example, to assist them in that regard as well. So it's the best of both worlds, but I must tell you, it's an exciting product, and we are actually about to make a key announcement with one of the big 5 banking institutions. We're actually going to expand on this product, and we will be making that announcement during the month of November. So we are now seeing the banks also being interested in this as well, just on a larger scale for us.
Thank you, Chair. So just in chronological order, I'm going to ask Kevin to deal with the green building employees. I'm going to ask Ramesh to deal with the service delivery improvement plan question. Then the upgrade in Drakenstein, which is also your question, is should this be a policy opportunity? What's happening there? I'm going to ask Asni to deal with that. Then on page 64, you say something is missing in the indicators. I just want to indicate there that what we are trying to do with that table is this is not our objectives. This is the links to national objectives. In other words, you will see right there and the provincial priorities. So we are talking about outcome 3, and it says leveraging infrastructure to bring about fundamental spatial transformation is aligned to the MTSF priority 5, which is spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. And I will have Lubika just give some more detail. And then it says part of this is also an alignment to outcome 3 that contributes to the MSTF priority 6. So this isn't about our own objectives. This is just to show the alignment to national and provincial outcomes. Then when you talk about the split on page 86, and your question is whether there's a conflict and whether roads is in the right place, we believe it is, because you can argue it two ways. From the sector point of view, roads is in the transport sector, as is mobility. From an infrastructure point of view, roads is very much an infrastructure, or roads infrastructure in its name itself, and what it does is very much an infrastructure component. So I would argue that there's no conflict, but there is a interdependency and reliance by both sides, or in terms of both departments. Then the Pine Road question, I am going to refer to Lapika, and the question on the military veterans, I'm going to ask Brian to respond. Thank you, Chair. Kevin?
Thank you, HOD. Chair, through you to Member Bryant, your question on whether we should consider upwardly revising a target for the training of build sector professionals in green building and sustainable design. I'm going to come back to answer your question, but let me give you some greater context to why we're doing green building training. For many years, from 2013 already, the Public Works family nationally was trying to develop a green building policy, which was eventually signed in 2018. And the Western Cape Provincial Public Works is a signatory to that. And what we specifically undertook at that time was to focus on 4 key components of green building. These were resource management, renewable energy, what we call greening of the built environment, and waste management, various different parts and subsets of those things. But under greening of the built environment, there's our office modernization program, which sort of wholesalely changes the nature of the office environment, and certifications. And the certifications that we can do is obviously new build certifications when on the odd occasion we build a new building. But our biggest difference from a sustainability point of view that we're going to make is in the existing building portfolio, because that's far greater. And so we've been also focusing on existing building performance certifications. To date, we have 2 new builds. The last 2 new builds that we did were both certified, and we've now got 3 existing building performance certifications. And to do that, we would in the normal course have to rely on outside service providers to be the accredited professional. And we've undertaken to do accredited professional training of our staff for 2 reasons. One is to enable them to see what is possible. And only once they're actually involved in it and to see what it entails to be an accredited professional, that they can bring that into the procurement, into the design, and then procure the necessary services to do the delivery when they need it. The other reason is, and what we've done successfully, is to use our own accredited professionally trained people to be the accredited professional on the certification. So these last 3 existing building performance certifications we've done were done with our own homegrown and developed and trained professionals. They are all volunteers. They're having to do this in addition to their day jobs. This is not part of their job descriptions. They don't get any bonuses. There's no reward to this other than actually the satisfaction of having been part of a team that did something great. We started training in 2013 already on an ad hoc basis, formalized a program with the Green Building Council of South Africa Academy in 2021-22, and we pioneered this program that we would take a team of 8 on a higher grade training program where they used our head office, 9 Dorp Street, as a test case, and they used that in their exam and then went on to actually do the certification, which was a first in the country. The various different types of tools that the council offer, they have an accredited program for that. And we have trained 48 in 21-22, over 22, 23, 23, 24, a number of others. Up till the end of that year, it was 93. But we're losing a lot of people, and a lot of them have already been trained. So it's difficult to say how many more people are going to put their hands up to train on what tools. We currently have 17 registered, but it's not to say that some of these people might not resign during the course of the year. So what is our target that we think we're going to sort of qualify at the end of the year? We're reliant on them to put their hands up and say we want to be trained. So it's very difficult to say what a fixed number is going to be. Also, with the increased capacity, or the decreased capacity and the increased workload that many of these built sector professionals have just in their day jobs, it's very hard for them to actually commit and say, yes, I'm going to undertake this additional training. So it is difficult. We slightly overshot the mark, but we're trying to set a realistic target within the constraints that we have.
Thanks, Kevin. Ramesh?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The department has a service delivery model, and we monitor the delivery of these services on the model. We identify complex services that we deliver, and we develop an improvement plan for that particular service. And this is just a report on when we implemented that improvement plan, what was the outcome of that. So it's not just one service that we have in the department. We have a service delivery model, and this is just a report on the outcome of the implementation of the service delivery improvement plan for this service.
Chair, Azmi?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. So just with regard to the agreement with Drakensberg local municipality, to give context, it's the dualling of Main Road 201 that road links Paarl to Franschhoek, and the municipality is currently making a contribution towards the dualling to unlock development in the area, and we trust the municipality will benefit from the increased tax revenue via the property rates and the taxes justifying the investment. So this is not a formal tip, but these type of agreements create the opportunity to find different delivery and funding models.
And then it's Lapika and Brian on the Pine Road question, and then the military veteran question.
Thank you, Chairperson.
On the Pine Road, it's directly linked to the viability of the SHIs, which after the rental boycotts, the proposal that was the funding that was approved for the proposal on the table was no longer viable, and then it had to be reviewed in terms of the subsidy quantum. It is now being resubmitted to SHRA and is being re-looked at for a funding allocation. So that's just in terms of administrative processes. The question on page 105 with the target of the B&Gs, that is an in-year adjustment that was made from 4,829. The target was reduced to 3,429 as an in-year adjustment. In terms of final achievement on the B&G target, 3,315 B&Gs were delivered, plus as a separate indicator, 391 B&Gs were delivered in Versantekral, which is the developer-driven individual subsidy program. So in total, for the financial year, 3,706 B&Gs were delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The military veteran question. Since the inception of the program, we've managed to deliver in excess of 400 houses under the military veterans program, through which 3 projects were spearheaded by the department within the metro area, namely Blue Downs, Ballard, and Highbury, which delivered about 350, with the balance of 50 being taken up by various non-metros, where we've integrated the military veterans into existing projects. The year under review, 2023-24, was not that great. We only delivered 30, but the current year, we now have the city on board as well. They've incorporated in the allocation authority as a priority group, obviously the military veterans, and the mention of the Versantekral project will now yield, for the current financial year, will yield 75, with a backlog of 150. So, and then we, as department, also have another project plan down Nooiensfontein Road. Unfortunately, there was an objection to that, and hence the delay in the delivery of that project. So once the Versantekral has absorbed the 75, we will still have a backlog of 75 approved. I must mention that it is a moving target, because daily there are more veterans being approved by the Department of Military Veteran as our partner within the program. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Member Lekker. You can then do your questions, and I think if we're done with the answers there, then we might be in time for tea. So,
no, thank you, Chair. My first question is on page 44, second paragraph, about the Saldanha Primary School, and I would like to know if that structure is made of bricks and mortar, but also maybe one question to that would be, is this also part of the rapid school building program? And if not, what sort of funding that was used to build such a school? And then when it comes to the type of building like the Muladi, what is its lifespan? I'm sure those who've been in the department for a long time would remember the Kwafaku Primary School, the type of material that it was built on, and that the department had to rebuild the entire school. And so has that been taken into consideration? 2, maybe it's just also on page 44 to request an update on the Klipfontein Regional Hospital. 3, page 46, the last paragraph. With regards to the installation of solar PV panels on the rooftop of the provincial government buildings as part of the then energy security game changer? What has been the efficiency of these solar PV panels, especially considering that provincial government, such as the police oversight and community safety, still needs to make use of the generators during power outages? Page 47, first paragraph. What are the available updates in regard to this? How much has been spent? And what are the details of all service providers that have been recruited? 47, about the feasibility study. Can we get an update on this, which is on page 47? The last paragraph of page 47. 48, on the second paragraph under servicing of road infrastructure and construction. The department continues to pursue and investigate additional streams of external funding for fundamental spatial transformation through transport corridors. What are these additional fundamental streams? And can we get an update and maybe on what form of investigation was conducted? And then page 58, first sentence. While this is commendable, Chair, I would like to see the department make greater efforts to promote Africans in particular. And additionally, maybe a request, can I also get the breakdown of the promotions that are referred to, race and age? Page 60. On SMS member, did the department consider its employment equity targets when these posts were filled? And if not, why not? 61, table 13. What are the details of the cases and what were the outcomes of investigation? Did any of the team lead to charges that were being filed? Page 64, paragraph 4. What is the qualifying criteria for this model? And when can we expect it to be extended to other municipalities? And then what would be the benefit of converting social housing to its deferred ownership model? And what is stopping the department from doing this? Page 64, second paragraph. In respect to what was called outcome 3, what are the factors that contribute to the slow pace of housing delivery besides the shoddy work of contractors and conflicts? And what measures are in place to account these companies to perform? 74 to 75, table 16. Under education infrastructure, what are the details of schools that were affected by this? First row, education infrastructure. What are the reasons for not achieving the target? What are the details for contractors that worked on these projects? And how did the performance affect the underachievement? Health infrastructure. What is the number and details of health facilities that were decommissioned? And maybe can we get this in writing because it may take very long. And then the last paragraph on page 87 on the gravel network. What is causing this deterioration and when did it commence? 91, on work opportunities created. Why was the target not achieved? 92, what kind of jobs were these women going to be employed in? And were there no better opportunities available for them? Which is the first row of page 92. And then the second row, why was the target not achieved? What are the reasons for underspending in page 102 under sub-program expenditure? What are the reasons for underspending? Page 103, while the housing backlog in the province continues to grow, we are witnessing the unfortunate reality of department not having more target, but instead lower. My question is, will we ever catch up with the housing backlog with this kind of performance if we don't reach it? And what plans are in place to attend to this? Maybe let me jump the one on subsidies, but I'm more interested on the FLISP and the qualifying criteria on it. If that can be explained. Then page 118, under expenditure. Can you elaborate on the reasons for underspending and underperformance, particularly in relation to poor performance by contractors? And the issue of extortion. And what remedies are in place to address this? The last paragraph of page 118. How long has the challenge existed around the issue of human resources in the eradication of the title deeds? How long has this been in existence, and what is the extent of the problem, and what is being done to address this? Thank you, Chair. I'll come back just one more time under conditional grants.
Right.
Yeah, I just have one extremely short follow-up question, if that's possible, to Mr. Koda.
Okay, I think pose the follow-up question, and then if it is in order with everyone, HOD, then we handle the questions when we, or the answers when we come back from the break. From the break, I know there was a fair amount of questions, so I'm also going to ask Member Lackett if you can maybe just email all of those to me so that we ensure that we get the answers in writing also from the department, because I know it was a lot. So, Member Bryant, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, it's just with regards again, sorry to come back to this and hop on it, but just with regards to the number of accredited green building employees, I just want to get clarity. So you've said that they've been doing training since 2013, but in terms of the audited actual performance for 21, 22 and 22, 23, it states not available. So I assume that there wasn't training taking place. That's on page 77. So is the 15 the number who've been, sorry, the 19, is that the number who've been trained in total since 2013? Or that is for that year? So then why do we not have any numbers for 2021, 2022 and 2022, 2023? That's my question, because I'm just trying to measure it against something else. That's why I was a bit confused. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Erin, or is it a short question, and then we can maybe the department can then prepare the answers in the break?
It's 3 short follow-up questions to my question.
Just 3 short ones.
I'll
No
make them
worries.
very short.
Cool, thanks.
Just on the deferred ownership, I think the minister responded quite comprehensively. The question is, I think if it's a model that's demonstrating that it works, how do we institutionalize it? And that's why I asked whether it's through policy or legislation, because there are a number of other places in our province that would benefit from it. Then just on the military veterans housing, there was a specific question that was asked of me by a member of the public around Vlakkeland in Drakenstein. Apparently that project is 4 years behind schedule. And then if I may just on the Pine Road project, I think this is where the department really needs to focus, and maybe the MEC needs to raise it at MINMEC. But the answer, I mean, if the people that were living on that site were relocated to transitional housing in 2018. That's 6 years ago. They've been living in transitional housing on the basis that this project was going to break ground in 2018. We're 2024, and we're saying we had to resubmit because things have changed. And by the time this project actually breaks ground, things will have changed again. So there's something wrong in this, not only this project, but I think in the social housing space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Erin. So we just maybe before we leave for the coffee break, just from my side and moving into a positive helm into the coffee and the tea. I want to really thank the department for the page 43, the bursary program, the 50 bursaries, the overachievement on the opportunities created by the public works program, and then also page 123, the number of beneficiaries in the contractor development program. I think it's nice to work with a department that creates opportunities for the residents of the Western Cape. So with that positive comment, I would like to break, and if I can request that we are all back at quarter to 12. So that's about 20 minutes. Thank you very much. start with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do want to thank the two members for, I think, very pertinent questions. In terms of the FLISP criteria, Honourable Member Lekker, I know it's your first term serving on this portfolio, so it's no problem. I don't mind answering you. It's now called First Home Finance. That's a new name for FLISP. The criteria is as follows, that you must be a South African citizen. So non-South Africans do not qualify for this product. You must be over 18 years old and legally able to contract or enter into contract with the state. You must have never received a form of government housing subsidy scheme in any format. You must have an approved in principle for a home loan from an accredited SA financial institution. Then you must be a first-time home buyer with a monthly income between 3,501 to 22,000 rand. So that's the 5 criteria for first home finance. In terms of page 44, Honourable Member, I can answer your question because I physically visited the school. That is called the Middle Post Primary School in Saldanha Bay. It is brick and mortar from the beginning to the end, but we've also introduced various technologies to ensure that the quality that's delivered lasts longer because there's grade R classes as well. So it's been adjusted accordingly for those children as well, but also the play areas on the school and so forth as well. So it's quite a phenomenal. It's, I believe, at 1,860. This is now also the biggest primary school in the West Coast district along the coast. So I will actually advise Chairperson, if you would love to do an oversight visit over building a school of this magnitude or size. We actually finished a month before schedule. Obviously, we do work on behalf of the Department of Education. That is the custodian on whose behalf we have built the school. But indeed, 110 million rand well spent. A similar school, all but just in a different size. But the concept will be done in Eisner as well. The same type of modality that we've approached in Middle Post is what we're going to do in Eisner at the moment. Member Heron, indeed, deferred ownership falls under the umbrella, which I call affordable housing. But deferred ownership is the Western Cape policy or a guideline within which how we implement. That is within my ambit of responsibility. We have now, as I said, the National Minister is focusing on what we have done, but she's calling it a different name, but we will be sharing the information. Given that we have learned through the Cape Agulhas model, given that it is our focus on affordable housing as a provincial government, we have been getting inquiries from other municipalities as well that wanted to see the proof of concept actually working. Obviously, so we are looking forward to that, but during the month of August, Cabinet approved, and given that we used our own funding here as a department, and given that we are well aware that grant funding is getting less over the next 3 years as well, Cabinet did approve a blended financing model for infrastructure together with Provincial Treasury, which we will be making some key announcements on that as well, because we do believe that will further enable us to actually implement deferred ownership on a much, much bigger scale, given the way that the blended financing will be structured. And again, very, very limited in this case once we scale it up in terms of grant dependency. Like we have shown, we have done this with our own money, and it was money well spent. Good.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on. Renee, if you can add, there was a question about is Saldanha, is the Middle Post School part of Rapid Build, and what is the lifespan of Muladi, and whether that has been taken into consideration. Then moving on to Klipfontein Regional and dealing with all of the questions pertaining to health and education infrastructure. The next one is then moving on to Kevin for the solar PV question and the POC situation. Then the Stellenbosch MER and the guest options is Tim. Thereafter, the promotion of Africans and equities questions, Ramesh, and then page 61, Bashir, and then we will do another round, Chair.
Thank you so much. Just to come back to the Middle Post Primary brick and mortar school that we've delivered. We don't deliver any school infrastructure currently with Muladi. That is being done by the WCED themselves, by mostly their rapid build. So I cannot comment on the Muladi. We haven't tested that infrastructure delivery model. So that is a WCED question. Then on Klipfontein, Klipfontein Regional Hospital. We are currently in FitBIM stage 2, which is concept and viability. The deliverable is scheduled for, I think it is April next year, 2025. Currently, we are busy meeting with the clinicians at the Department of Health to understand adjacencies, what will work for them, trying to cut down on circulation space. So once that is done and the concept is agreed to by both departments, then we can move to stage 3. Then in terms of the indicators on page 74, health and education, the infrastructure design is ready for tender. That is unfortunately the underperformance as a result of the budget cut, as was alluded to earlier by both the Minister and the HOD, is that all departments had to cut, and these projects were then reprioritized by the Department of Health and the Department of Education. They placed quite a bit of projects on hold or cancelled projects, and that then had a resultant effect of what we could proceed with, because the projects was removed from our implementation plan. And then the last indicator question was on the facilities that was decommissioned. I do not have the list with me, but I can surely provide the list in terms of that indicator. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, HOD. Through you, Chair, to Member Lekker on the question of the solar PV and the POX building. You should have in front of you a copy of the 23-24 property efficiency report, and on page 26 through to 29, you'll see a case study on our rooftop PV systems, showing you all the capacity and of those and their performance. The new property efficiency report will be out shortly, and there's a similar case study, updated figures in there. None of our systems, or most of our systems were never installed with hybrid inverters or battery systems, so that when load shedding hit in, the PV production had to stop and we couldn't utilize it. There is a program underway to change the inverters, to make them hybrid inverters and to install battery capacity, so that there is some solar power to the buildings, and it will delay or stop the onset of the switching on of the generators, and it will save diesel. You'll see from the list that 35 Whale Street is not on that list. There's no solar capacity there at all. It's a rented building, so we're reliant on the landlord to install PV. If that answers the question, if I can just deal with the follow-up question from Member Bryant.
Member Bryant.
It's a new indicator. So it was that was the first year. This is the first year in which it's been reported. And that was the 19 which was achieved. Prior to that, 21-22 was 48, 22-23 was 26. And that up till the end of this last financial year was 93 in total. We've got 17 registered at the moment. That's not to say that we will qualify them all.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member, for your questions related to the energy projects and the energy portfolio. The first paragraph on page 47, it provides a general context to the Western Cape's government's energy resilience programme, pointing out this is a multi-year, multi-stakeholder programme. The Premier has hosted the Energy Council to deal with the reporting on this overall area, and the further paragraphs go on to explain the department's role in this area, which I think is the focus of our discussion. Our focus has primarily been on the area of new power generation and also grid infrastructure. The one mentioned is our work with the Stellenbosch municipality, the MIPPP, Municipal Independent Power Producer Program. It's the first of its kind in South Africa. And while I recognise we're looking at the 23-24 report, there was an important milestone reached on the 14th of August this year when the Municipal Council approved the feasibility study that is mentioned in there. We were hoping to achieve that in the first quarter, but we achieved it in the second quarter of this year, which means we've now moved on to phase 3, which centres on the actual procurement of power. In terms of the service providers, you asked on that. Crisco Advisory were appointed as the transaction advisor through an open bid process. It's a 36-month contract, and we appointed Pegasus as the project manager. The total spend in last financial year was 8.8 million on that contract. Further down the page, the topic of gas to power is explored. The company that was appointed is known as AIA, or Africa International Advisors, again appointed through an open bid. The topic of gas to power is certainly a complex one, and that is true from many different angles. In the process that we did last year, solid research and pre-feasibility work was concluded, including a draft position paper. Our work continues in this area, and we aim to have a paper through to the Energy Council, or it's now the Energy and Water Council, late this calendar year. The reasons why this is complex and as covered in this work is that there are many complicated and involved stakeholders, but also just in the time that has elapsed since then, we've had things like the gas master plan being published, the shareholder structure for the gas finds off of Mossel Bay, Block 11B, 12B has changed, changes in national government, and so on. And this is work that is progressing. The Department of the Premier's Integrated Resource Plan, that IRP, is also progressing, but I can report that they have achieved a significant milestone in this area. I trust that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Chair, then through you, Ramesh, to deal with the equity questions, followed by Bashir with the PFS table.
Thank you. Chair, in terms of SMS members, we have 56% or 24 out of the 43 SMS members are female, and we have 7 African senior managers. The appointments in the year under review were 4 colored females, 1 white female, and 1 white male, the oldest being 52 years old. And currently we have 5 posts that are in the recruitment process. Thank you.
Through your chair, page 61 gives the very brief statistics about the PFS cases. So of interest would be the ones that were closed. There were 7 closed. A little bit more detail of those are given on page 169 in the annual report. I know that is part C, which is generally discussed this afternoon in this afternoon session. But on page 169, it gives some details of the 7 in the manner in which it was classified by PFS. So either it was a case of fraud or fraud and corruption, or fraud and corruption and some other irregularity, etc. Of the 7 cases, 5 of it had some element of fraud or corruption, in which case all of those were reported to SAPS, and that the criminal process is running. And then if there was any recommendations in relation to discipline, if there was internal officials, those are all with the department, the CSC, the Employee Relations Division.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, we're moving on to the next set of questions that was asked. I'm going to ask Lapika to deal with all of the human settlements questions, and then Asni to deal with a question around the gravel road network. What's causing the deterioration? When did it commence? So you'll be dealing with that.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the question of whether we would catch up on the housing backlog, I think that is a constant debate and point of real concern because of our immigration into this province and of the budget cuts that will come from national due to the constrained fiscus, which will continue over the next period of the MTF. There will be more budget cuts. In terms of the challenges, there's a myriad of challenges with human settlements, both internal to government and external. In terms of the internal challenges, it is between the 3 fears of spheres of government. And one of the issues that this department has to manage is having to coordinate what lands in the municipalities, which is outside of our control in terms of the implementation on the ground. So it is a hybrid model of implementation, and that must be also considered as part of the challenges internal to government. External to government, there are issues such as contractor challenges, construction delays, extortion, vandalism of properties, threats of intimidation. The list is very long. I'm just giving a synopsis. Also, a lack, in some instances, you would find that there's a lack of community support. And in terms of land and availability, you would also find constraints in terms of suitable and well-located land. And the biggest problem at municipal level is bulk infrastructure, lack of bulk infrastructure, and then the requisite funding requirements for that. Then the Vlakkeland, just to comment that we are in the process of a tender of tendering for a service provider, and the service provider will most likely be on site by March 2025. In the tender, it makes provision for 30 MVs. There's an allocation for 30 military veteran units, of which in our applications, we've already approved 13 military vets. I'm going to ask Kamala August, HOD, if she can briefly just comment on the issue of the title deeds and the capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. In relation to the question on the capacity for title deeds at the municipal level, since the inception of the title deed restoration program in 2016, capacity has been an issue at the municipal level. That also is as a result of the municipal attrition rate in terms of staff. As you train them, they move on to the next municipality, and we need to retrain. What we realized in last year is that the department needs to take ownership of the data that's in the sphere, given that the municipality isn't able to process the data effectively. We've appointed a data analyst who now takes a look at the deeds web, our HSS and other systems, and correlates that so that we can track performance in the municipality through actual figures rather than municipalities underreporting. At the same time, we've also, our HOD has asked that we now appoint a dedicated deputy director and consequent assistant directors to focus on title deeds, which will also allow us to provide better support to municipalities in terms of monitoring actual delivery and then also forward planning in terms of title deed delivery. At a national level, the capacity exists in terms of the policy frameworks and the guidance that is available to provinces to actually implement some of these really difficult decisions. What we then as the province has done is we develop a title, it's still in draft, the title deeds policy framework. We took this document and we consulted across the country with all the experts in title deeds to give input to this document. Our plan was that after the audit, because we wanted to see if there were any issues that came up in the audit that we had already not addressed in this document, we would then move toward finalizing this to provide us a better framework to address the issues that were facing the province in the absence of clear guidance in terms of policy from a national level. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, through you, Chair. So when it comes to the gravel road thickness on the entire road network, which consists of 24,000 kilometers, when as it started, it has always been there. If you are within a constrained budget, it does become very difficult to maintain the gravel road network. We're currently sitting at a maintenance backlog of 34 billion, and that goes across from surface to the gravel road network. Some of the challenges and the risks that we face is getting border pit approvals. So you got stringent environmental and regulatory approvals to get border pits to actually resurface those gravel road networks. And if you're sitting with a constrained budget and you have floods and you have rainfalls, that does also cause deterioration on the network. So it will continue to deteriorate if we don't have enough funding to actually maintain it.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, then moving on, the page 91, Bashir, reasons for targets not achieved. Shafida, page 102, for the finances, the same. Then page 118, Lapika, the poor performance of contractors, and the reasons there. Did you already address it? Okay. And then that would be it, Chair. So between Bashir and Shafida were the tables then.
Okay, through you, Chair. Page 91 speaks about the work opportunities created. I just want to highlight that these tables in this section of the report refers to the performance prior to the in-year changes, firstly. So a more clearer picture of what was actually achieved then is in terms of after the in-year changes, and those numbers are captured for program 3. They are captured on page 97. So on page 97, you will actually see that the work opportunities that were the revised target was 4,050, and the work opportunities achieved was 4,679. And then there was also a question about the type of work that the women do, or actually falls under this category. This is actually temporary work that is created through the EPWP program. And the intention behind this is to use that as a stepping stone for them to get other forms of work or more permanent work once they get basic experience in this type of environment.
Thank you, Chair. The variances on page 102 relates to the under expenditure in transport infrastructure. The majority of that under expenditure relates to financial assistance that municipalities has not claimed yet. So we budget forward, and only once the municipality submits a claim, a valid claim, then do we expense. Then on page 118, the majority of that under expenditure relates to the HSDG and the ISUPG grant. That was 250 million of the HSDG was reallocated in February. And then therefore the department could not spend that because it's already reallocated. And then the ISUPG grant also experienced the under expenditure, and the reasons for the under expenditure was explained previously. I'm not sure if I must repeat it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And just before we go to if there's any more questions pertaining to Part B, I would just like to extend a warm welcome to the Deputy Speaker of KZN, Ms. Mbatu Temba, and her delegation. They are visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal, and they are observers in the meeting, also accompanied by Deputy Speaker Regan Allen. So welcome. Members, are there any further questions on Part B or pertaining to the annual report, the performance information, or can we move on to Part C, which speaks to the governance side? Member Lacker?
So double check, Chair. Didn't you say the other questions I can submit them?
Yes, I did mention you can submit your other questions in writing because I know there was a lot. So, and our time is limited because we've only got 50 minutes left of this meeting. So you're welcome to submit your questions to me in writing. If there is then no other questions before me pertaining to the performance information, we then move on to Part C, the Part C governance. That is page 148 to page 180. HOD, I don't know if there's anything that you would like to say on this part, or are we going straight into the questions again? Members, do we have any comments or questions pertaining to this? Member Bryant, Member Lacker, and then we can go to another round after that. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Page 151. They repeat 2.4, there are repeated references to climate-sensitive infrastructure. And it's identified here as a risk, potentially due to budgetary constraints, but also the challenges with rebuilding post-disasters. And I think it's worth mentioning that, with the fantastic work that's been undertaken already by the Western Cape government in terms of climate strategies, that we really need to put as much emphasis as possible on adaptation and adapting to the changing climate, both when it comes to rising temperatures, but also the extreme weather events that we're seeing not only in our country, but across the world. And, my question is probably quite a broad one, but should we be looking maybe at concept of climate resilience as opposed to, climate resilient infrastructure as opposed to climate sensitive infrastructure? Because the challenges that we've seen, particularly when it comes to disasters, and we've had, I think this year, past year was 8 disasters in 8 months, massive disasters, which is quite unprecedented. The cost that puts on the fiscus and what we've seen in terms of our own budgeting with trying to recoup that money from National Treasury after having spent it from line departments. So it's a challenge. I know that some fantastic work has already been undertaken, like the Ashton Bridge, which is climate sensitive, climate resilient. And the rebuilding of the Citrusdal roads, which also takes into consideration potential future flooding, which is great. But how do we go about building this in to all of our projects that are planned going forward? The green building side of things and the retrofitting and all of that is great on the one hand, but it's the real kind of the devastating impact of the changing climate and the natural disasters that I think is going to pose the most significant risks within the sort of short to medium term. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. On page 150, 2.4, under the key risks considered, I think for starters, we do understand that there is cognizance that the risk management process is an interactive one and that certain risk response decisions are available to management. Now, I want to check, Chairperson, as to, in light of the recent incidents of extortion, including community unrest, which had a significant impact on the department's function. I want to understand why and what is it that the department is doing in addressing the impact of this as the construction mafia and its activities is hampering the work, and why is this not listed as the risk? That is your extortion and community unrest. Why is it not listed as a risk? Then on page 153, the first sentence on top, Chair. In light of the department's commitment to a zero tolerance policy against corruption, fraud, and other criminal activities, can we get the details, perhaps, and maybe make an exception on cases which are sub judice? Can we get the details of these and what steps have been taken? I heard the minister saying there was a report submitted to the cabinet. Can we be enlightened as to what it contains? The next one, Chair, is around the nature an investigation on the outcomes of the cases that were closed. Page 154. What were the details of those cases that were closed? And were those cases reported to the SAPS? Also, were there maybe instances where there was a need for a remedial action? That is on page 169. There was a remedial action taken against those people that are implicated, where it speaks to 7 cases. And then 170, the last row, on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful case files. The last row of page 170, can we be provided with details in that regard? And then page 174, Chair, on the value of triple BEE. And my question is, what factors contribute to a situation which has been reflected there as the value of triple BEE level contributor? What specific measures does the department plan to implement in the future to ensure greater adherence to that? Let me finalize my questions on part D. Can I finalize my questions, just 2 remaining now? The 27 incidents that were investigated, what was the outcome? That's page 175, second row. Then the last one. Is the department actively taking into account the guidelines preferential procurement when awarding tenders? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. Minister, HOD.
Chair, just one correction to the member from my side. I said the PFS investigations which are ongoing, once it is concluded, I will submit the report to Cabinet, which means it's still ongoing. So I will await the final report and then I submit to Cabinet. Obviously, within the report, it does say what action needs to be taken and how it will be taken, which is also part of the body of the final reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So let me just start with the last question first, because it's the easiest one. Do we take into account provincial guidelines in awarding tenders? The Provincial Treasury issues what is called Provincial Treasury instructions. And there's actually 3 powers or 3 sections in the PFMA that allocates powers at different levels. The first one is the power to the National Treasury. The second one is the power to Provincial Treasury to issue instructions. Once they issue those instructions, every department in the provincial government, including ours, deals with tenders in the context of those instructions. And the third power is the power that's given through the PFMA to the accounting officer of each department, allowing the accounting officer to set up, to develop and implement its own supply chain system. In other words, understanding the department, how are you going to deal with the supply chain of your department? And so this department deals with supply chain in the context of all 3 of those sets of powers when we deal with it, including the Construction Industry Development Board Act, which specifically regulates infrastructure. So that is an addition to this department that doesn't generally apply to other departments. So in terms of the question, climate sensitive infrastructure versus climate resilient infrastructure, we fully take that on board. It's actually a debate around what we call it. What we do realize is the following. When you talk about should we consider it in all of our projects, we should. However, we simply don't have the money to do so. If you are going to consider that, you need to remember we have current infrastructure with huge maintenance backlogs, because we're never going to get the full amount of money that we require to address both the backlog and what is required for new. If you talk about climate resilient infrastructure, it means putting in a little bit more, putting in a little bit more money. This department was heavily criticized when we built the Ashton Bridge. And the Ashton Bridge was built factoring in exactly the considerations around climate change and what it means if an entire town is cut off from the rest of civilization. The current floods or the recent floods has shown that it was worth the investment. However, and when I gave these stats this morning saying this department in December of 2023 required 850 million to address 70% of the flood damage caused to the road network, if we applied climate sensitive considerations only to a few of those projects, not all, that amount would have been something around 1.5 billion as opposed to 850 million. So yeah, we are trying to balance what does the envelope say, what can we afford versus what is the best thing and the most responsible thing to do. We therefore only apply it to certain projects where we know we've run out of options and we have no choice. Then the question around extortion 2.4, why is it not listed as a risk? It is. It was listed as a risk in every branch, also at a strategic level in the department, and we were then advised that we should take it out because it's a duplication. It is listed in the provincial risk register as a strategic risk for the province. Then the details of the PFS cases, page 153. Again, I'm going to refer that to Bashir. He did respond to it earlier on, but he will respond to that. So that's page 153 and 154. Then the BE, what factors? So just to understand the question properly, Chair, when we talk about the BE and the different level contributors, what happens in the BE codes is each one of the codes, like we would look at the infrastructure sector code, it gives certain qualifying criteria for contractors to meet. The outcome of that criteria assigns to them a certain level contributor. In other words, if you are a company that's owned and your equity allocation is 50 plus 1, you automatically get a level 4. As you sell or get other partners who has better contributor status, your contribution status improve. So there are key indicators that gives you a scorecard, and it's the scorecard that determines the level or what level of contributor you would be, not the department. The other one then, the PFS cases, like I said, Bashir will deal with that. I've answered the question about guidance in the awarding of tenders. So Bashir, over to you.
Through you, Chair. So earlier I said that the information about PFS is in more than one place in the report. So the member made reference to page 153 and 154, which essentially is the same information on page 169. So in relation, if you want details about all of it, I'm told that in the closed session this afternoon, PFS has got a detailed report that they'll be presenting here this afternoon, and that's got all the details about what has been asked. But I can confirm again, in all the instances where there was allegations and sort of prima facie evidence of fraud/corruption, those have all been referred to SAPS, and the criminal investigation is in process. In relation to remedial action from the perspective of disciplinary action, those have all been sent to the department, the Directorate Employee Relations. There are two types. One is if employees have left the service of the department, then their status on the PARCEL system is flagged to say that if they should re-enter the service of the Western Cape government, that disciplinary action will be taken against them at that point. Otherwise, those who are still working within the Western Cape government, disciplinary action is in the process. Also, I can say that in relation to PFS recommendations, there are various instances when disciplinary action is not warranted because PFS did not have sufficient information in the case. Also, in relation to remedial action, there's the issue of if there was fraud cases, that there might have been losses suffered. In each of those instances, we have got a process in place with legal services who are recovering those losses from the contractors involved. Then the last point in relation to remedial action is if there were any internal control improvement recommendations, those are all managed through our departmental corporate governance improvement plan, which is also reported upon to the audit committee, and those are at various stages of completion. So if in terms of the details that PFS provides this afternoon, if there's anything further, then we are able to respond in writing.
Thank you very much. Is there any further questions on part C, or can we move on to part D, which speaks to the human resources management? That is on page 182 up until page 213. Should just be noted to the members that part E and F is being handled in the scope later this afternoon. So if HOD, can we start with the questions again? Members, any questions that we've got or comments that we've got on the human resources management? That is page 182 up until page 213. Member Blacker.
Thank you, Chair. Page 187, table 3.2.1, under employment and vacancies by the program. What are the reasons for those vacancies and what progress has been made in filling the vacancies as they are? And then page 191, table 3.4.4, the reasons for staff resignation. What is the feedback received from the exit interview? And how has that been used to help the department to become a better employer? And secondly, what was the morale of the 40 staff members that did not provide the reasons? Page 194, 3.5 under employment equity. I want to know, Chair, what are the department's employment equity target and how is it performing in achieving these? And in terms of the SMS post in page 198, what are the reasons for the vacancies and what progress has been made to fill those vacancies? Page 202, table 3.9.2, under foreign workers by major occupation. From which countries do these foreign nationals originate? And were there no South Africans with the requisite qualifications and skills to fill these positions? And then on page 210, under misconduct and disciplinary hearing finalize. Can we be provided, or can I be provided with a connection between the type of misconduct and the corresponding disciplinary outcomes? Then on the one on injury on duty, page 212, table 3.14.1, did the department incur any costs as a result of these injuries? If so, what are the relevant details? Lastly, on page 216, what is the breakdown of these consultants? One, by nationality, race, gender, and age. And whether the department is facing any capacity constraints that prevent it from undertaking some of these tasks internally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Lekker. HOD.
Thank you, Chair. So I will start with Ramesh, and then so that he goes through all of the questions except for the consultant's question. Then I will give the consultant's questions to Pauline, but I will make introductory comments as far as that particular question is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
HOD, can we go to Pauline first?
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So the utilization of consultants list that we've got, it's usually the business and advisory consultants. It's when we use them for once or for specific tasks, so there's no use in having them permanently in the department. It costs us too much. Then on the breakdown, I can provide that to you. I don't have the breakdown of race and age with me now, but we can provide that. Thank you.
Chair, just before we respond, just to say, generally, we don't complete forms for consultants that forces them to give their age. We appoint consultant companies. They have to give their PE scorecards and that details. In the past, we used to have to ask them to complete the HDI component, which is the historically disadvantaged component. It is no longer required. They just have to give their PE scorecard and contribution level. So just to say that unless we call them and ask for their age, it's not generally things that we keep in the department. Ramesh, over to you.
Thanks, HOD. Chair, through you, let me just run through the answers for all of the questions that were asked. So in terms of filling of vacancies, we were a bit constrained in terms of filling vacancies because of the circular that was issued by the Director General, where a moratorium on filling of vacancies was put in place, and then a directive was issued where we had to submit a critical list through to the Premier for him to approve the filling of vacancies. So at this point in time, we have submitted a total of 5 critical lists, and we are in the process of filling the vacancies that have been identified. People leave our organization as more or less the same, in the same quantum as they join the organization. And there are various reasons as to why they leave. And these are listed in the table. However, when we do exit interviews, it is the staff members' prerogative to give a reason as to why they're leaving or not provide us with a reason. And the bulk of staff members that left did not provide a reason for them leaving. And so without a reason, we are unable to perceive what their morale is. Oftentimes, staff leave because they want to go into business and they don't want to declare that to us because they most probably do business with the state. So last year, or the 31st of March 2024, was the last period for the employment equity plan for the department. But the department was only in existence for 1 year. So it is difficult to say whether we achieved the targets that were on the plan or not, because we only had a single year of existence. We have an employment equity plan for the period 1 April until 2024 until 2029. I've given you the statistics for vacancies in SMS. At the moment, there are 6 vacancies, and they are in the recruitment phase. We will provide you with a list of foreign nationals that are in our employ. The same will apply for the cost incurred by the department for injury on duty, and how much the department paid for those cases that we reported. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little bit more context. This circular that the DG issued wasn't just a provincial decision. There was actually a circular issued by the national DPSA, and that had to do with curbing the compensation of employee bill, trying to pull it back given the wage negotiations and the impact that it had on the provinces. Part of it then meant that each province had to come and present a plan to the national DPSA as to how within each province they will manage the cost of employee bill. As a result of that, the DG and the Premier had to table that plan, and part of the plan was that unlike before, no department will just go out and recruit their staff without consulting and without getting the approval of the Premier through the office of the DG. So that is just some of the context. That meant that even if things were in recruitment already, but no letter of appointment has been sent out, we had to pull back everything, create this critical list, submit them through to the DG for the Premier signature, and motivate why those are the most critical posts. So that has caused a major delay. As far as the people leaving the organization, a lot of them pertains to OSD positions, in other words, built sector professionals. And they leave mostly to the city. And they get salaries that we can't match because, of course, there's a huge difference between our salary scales and levels and that of the municipality. So they can do much less work for much more money. And when they consider themselves and their families, that is the choices that they make. So some of them say that and they come and tell us, we are leaving, this is the consideration. But of course, in the formal process, as Ramesh says, nobody's forced, they volunteer their information. But I can say, even from my own point of view and the conversations that I've had with individuals that were leaving, coming to say and tell us, well, we are getting more money or we have a better offer and we can simply not match it. So there is a problem pertaining to retention of staff as opposed to recruitment of staff. And we are all feeling the pinch in the infrastructure environment that includes ourselves, education and health, because we are all fishing from the same pools, so to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Is there any other questions or comments pertaining to this section? nothing. I think we're getting close to lunchtime. With that being said, that handles the deliberations from the members to the department. Minister Simmers, to yourself and the HOD, and every single person from the department that was here and that actively participated and assisted in the drafting of this document. Thank you very much. This is a department that is a direct service delivery department and speaks to the needs of all the residents of the Western Cape. It is greatly appreciated on everything that you guys are doing. So I am going to allow Minister Simmers, you and the department, you are more than welcome to excuse yourself, and we will then we can, there is lunch in the members lounge, so, and the members, we will then just handle the rest of the business. Thanks. Thank you very much, Member Brian. We just now. You're gonna sit next to me. um, we just need to deal with the resolutions now. So my taking from it is, especially Member Lacker, I know there's a couple of questions that maybe you didn't get the answers to, that you provide the questions to us in writing so that we get those answered. And then the other suggestion I had, and I don't know if we should make that as a resolution, is to maybe visit or request Communicate to go visit them at their facilities to understand the impact on the housing crisis, especially among the older people. Remember, Bryant?
Yes, yeah, I have no problem with doing that. I just wonder which ones one would prioritize, and maybe it would be better to have them in our meeting to ask them questions here. But it's just a suggestion. I mean, if there's a specific facility that maybe that has been suggested, then we can consider that. But
so they've got offices. I checked it.
Yeah, but then they should come here. I mean, why should we go to their office if it's just a board meeting?
All right.
Yeah.
We can. So I think the resolution is we'll have an engagement with them so we can get back. Yeah, we can get them. Member Lacker?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe linked to that, we visit one of their facility as part of our oversight. Obviously, that will be a separate day. Maybe can I just say that because that will be a day on its own, visit another rental stock of the province.
We can do that. 100% happy with that.
Are we doing it part by part or just all the resolutions?
No, just all the resolutions.
Oh, okay.
Just
I'll
handle
come
it.
back to you. I'm looking for my notes now.
Anything else from the other members? Nothing, Member Heron, Member Brian?
Chair, sorry, it's just, it goes back to the very first discussion we had around the Rental Housing Tribunal. And I do think one of the things that came through quite strongly in a couple of the points that were raised was kind of an absence of education and awareness programs when it comes to the housing waiting list, when it comes to the Rental Housing Act, and making sure that people who are renting properties are properly informed. So, I mean, I would just suggest that as part of our inputs that we resolve to recommend that additional education and awareness programs be rolled out in terms of the activities of the Rental Housing Tribunal. That's all.
100%. Theo, you've got that one. Member Mbombo.
Yeah, I don't think it's a resolution, but it's just a reflection. Because when you do the conduct the oversight, you normally do the oversight about, oh, look at the progress and all of those. At what extent that as a committee you could be able to assist, for example, to visit some of the projects where they've been put on hold because of the extortions. There've been delays. Some of those, they could be not necessarily be housing, but others will be delays. I think there was a thing about asking about just the hospital. I'm just making an example. At what extent, not necessarily to expose, but to be able, because as a committee, you're also supposed to be assisting in regard to how you can also assist in terms of the flows of resources to a particular project. Just make an example of the JOSTA. It has got nothing to do specifically with the infrastructure, but it doesn't mean you cannot help the department like health and all of those in regard to shifting the resources. That is first thing. Second thing is about the issue of specifically now in housing. For me, we have had consequences mostly in the areas where they are in need of housing. You'll find that there are other people where they'll be moved and then they come back and then they will have left their houses. They're being rented elsewhere. I know that you cannot go and find those who are, but there are people who say themselves that, no, I don't want to take my house like in Fulani because there is no transportation that goes there. So I'll rather stay here in Khayelitsha because of the better transportation. So that brings the whole of the intersectionalities on all the socioeconomic whatever, so that you don't look at only at one aspect of it. And then also lastly, because they're also in charge of the other infrastructure related to, I know they are mostly passionate about roads. I can understand because most of the team, they are from the former public works. But also the issues of the, because I look in that, where's that pamphlet, that's pager, one pager, where it shows like this pager. If you look at that pager, for example, where it shows some of the education infrastructure, health infrastructure, road infrastructure, and all of those, blah, blah, blah. I think there was a question, I'm not sure it was from Member Heron or Aleka, where it also asked questions related to the, because for me, I always have an interest in regard to the immovable property that is owned by the government related to Giyama. At what extent that, because we have seen across at the national level, some of the national ministers and other provinces, they will talk about the government properties, like if this building which is owned by the public, if maybe it was neglected or gonna want to do something about it. So there's quite a lot of list of the public-owned infrastructure, whether they are being rented, I'm not talking about housing, but also like the office building and some of them that are neglected. So probably just to make sure that we balance in terms of the oversight. So that's my suggestion, but I don't know whether it's a resolution, but I'm just throwing. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks. It's noted. Member Lekker?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just which I did not get feedback on, the losses, whether there were losses recovered from the two construction companies on Earth 844 something. Ne? Maybe we must get details as to what happened. Minister said I must write or give him the names of those companies, which I did. So probably if we can get that as a response. Two, Chair, would be an issue that I raised specifically to, which I'm sure when it's finalized, Minister will come back and report to, the one of the departmental investigation. Yes. Now, Chair, as part of the projects that I mentioned a few, but there were many. So I mentioned only two. I remember doing that, which I did not get response. On the Matsikama, there was no response on the Matsikama project. There was also no response, particularly in relation to the Silver Town and Highlands Drive. So if we can get a feedback on that one as part of the resolution. Yeah, I think let me pause there for now. Or maybe the rest of infill. I don't know how we're going to do this, but I'm sure you've read in the news 3 weeks back where 3 people were injured on it's on the other side, it's R44 to Stellenbosch, but on the side of Strand,
yes,
it's Broadlands.
So you want
it's part of I think it's civil there. I don't know if they're doing a My City bus route or something, but three people went into a sinkhole. That construction site is now closed.
You want a report on that?
Yes. Thank you.
I think we just put it like that. That's nice.
I think Atla is a subcontracting company on site.
Anything else? Anything else?
The foreign nationals.
Yeah, that is part of the questions that wasn't answered, and the gentleman was said they'll give a report on that. Yeah, so all of the others will handle in that way.
Sure.
And if there's anything else, you're more than welcome to pop me an email or WhatsApp, and then yep, through the peer we'll handle it in that way then.
Thank you, Chair.
And that then brings us to the end of this meeting. Thank you very much for your participation. I don't know who's going to be here this afternoon, everyone. So yeah, enjoy the lunch, and then we'll see each other now. Cool. Thanks. Meeting
Take
adjourned.
a nap before. My rug is seer.